may be seated once the jury enters. Jury members, please be seated. Everyone else, please be seated. It is 9 a.m. on Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. We're going back on the record in the state of North Dakota versus Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, case number 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney Thomas Glass. Ms. Julie Lawyer is present representing the state. It's our second day of evidence. Ms. Lawyer, are you prepared to proceed with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Aaron Silbernagel.
Sir, please come forward here and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
You may proceed when you're ready, Ms. Lawyer.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Aaron Thomas Silbernagel, and I currently work as a specialty shop manager for a large retailer.
What did you do prior to working at that shop?
I work for Burleigh County, the Sheriff's Department.
What did you do for the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
Over 9 years, I did several different things. Started as patrolman, moved into warrants, was a corporal and a sergeant. My last duty was as the sergeant of investigations.
Did you have any other jobs in law enforcement, or was all your time with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
All of my time was with Burleigh County.
And as in...
Mr. Silbernagel, if the floor's big enough, if you pull that a little bit more to your right so that it's clear that everyone can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you.
is that better?
And prior to leaving, or in January 2020, what were your duties with the Sheriff's Department?
I was currently assigned as the sergeant for the investigations division.
And what were your duties?
To investigate criminal activity and prepare cases for those.
And what sort of training or education did you have to do that job?
I attended the North Dakota Law Enforcement Training Center and Academy in 2012. I also completed the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department in-house training as well as field training. I went to BCI Basic Investigation School, BCI Advanced Investigation School, Reed Interview and Interrogation School. I had over 1,700 hours of continuing education when I left.
And how did you get involved in this case?
I was actually contacted by Deputy Brian Thompson. It would have been January 2nd at 7:30 p.m.
What information were you provided?
He stated that he was at the scene of a fire where human remains had been located.
Where was that located at?
4900 43rd Avenue, Northeast in Bismarck.
What did you do after you received that call?
I made my way to the scene.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I observed that the scene had been set up a perimeter by patrol units. There was a maroon Suburban parked at the intersection of Roosevelt and 43rd Avenue, and then a squad car blocking 43rd Avenue.
Did you speak with anybody before going to the scene?
Just briefly with Deputy Walker, heading up to the residence.
When you got to the residence, what did you notice?
I observed a single home dwelling with an attached garage, multiple law enforcement vehicles, as well as a fire truck, I believe, if I remember at that point.
Did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
And what did you observe when you went inside the house?
There was very heavy soot damage and heat damage to the home. It didn't appear that there was any on the outside, but as I walked in, I observed almost everything in the home covered a thick layer of black soot. The power was off, so everything was completely dark.
Did you notice any heat changes as you were walking through the residence?
Yes, I did. I mean, as I came into the garage, it was January, so it was still quite cold out. As I entered the house, it had to be anywhere from 80 to 90 degrees.
As you were walking, or did you walk through the residence or just go into that entryway?
I walked into the residence.
And where inside the house did you go?
I met with Deputy Thompson, and then he took me for basically an overview of the home, so I pretty much covered all the areas.
So I pulled up State's Exhibit number 7, which is the layout of the home on the first floor. When you first walk into that residence, you said you came in through the garage door?
Correct.
So you come out into that, when you enter the house, then you're on that main floor, correct?
Correct.
Did you do a walk around outside the house?
Not initially.
But you did during your time during this investigation?
Yes.
Are there any points of entry for the house other than going through the garage and going into that garage door?
Yes, there is a side entry door more towards the basement as well, and also a front access door.
And those doors, do they lead to the main floor or the basement?
The one that is on the side of the home, or would be on the west side of the home, would lead into the basement area. The other one that's facing south towards 43rd Avenue leads into the main living area.
And when you were doing that walk around, was there any windows you could walk or you could look in to see inside the house?
I honestly don't remember if there was or not on the side.
So when you first went in through that entryway, what did you notice?
It was basically a laundry area with a washer and dryer. Like I said, they were a white washer and dryer, and they were completely covered with black soot, so it was very heavy with that.
And what was the first thing you did when you got in the house?
Like I said, I did a walkthrough and met with Deputy Thompson.
Where exactly did you go in the house?
I went through the main floor, the kitchen, living area, back to the bedrooms, went to the basement, looked in the basement area.
And what was the purpose of that walkthrough with Deputy Thompson?
Just to get an overall view of the scene before moving on.
What did you see when you got to that back bedroom where Chad's body was found?
As I entered the threshold of the doorway, I was able to see the remains of a male human body that was badly bloated and partially burned, lying naked to the right side of the bed.
Was there anything else that you noticed in that room?
Yes. It was a break-action shotgun laying on the bed, which was approximately 6 feet away from the body.
As you were walking through the house and walking to that back bedroom, what areas of the home had the most damage from the fire, not just smoke or soot?
The most notable would be the back bedroom, or the master bedroom, where the human remains were located.
Was there any particular place within that bedroom that had more damage than others?
Next to the bed was very strong, as well as towards the bathroom as well.
So you said that there was a gun located on the bed, a shotgun?
There was.
Did you observe any shotgun ammunition in that room?
I did. At the base of the bed, there was a kind of a makeshift nightstand, or a nightstand where there was several items laying, and there was a plastic MTM ammunition case that has trays of ammunition to help keep it organized.
Was that full?
With the exception of 2 rounds.
So what did you do next?
Next, I spoke with Deputy Thompson, and he asked if I'd be willing to interview the spouse of the deceased.
Who was that identified as?
Nikki Entzel.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point her out for the jury on what the note she's wearing?
She's wearing a black jacket and a maroon shirt.
So when you spoke with her, where was she when you first made contact with her?
She was actually back at the intersection of 43rd Avenue and Roosevelt, sitting in a Suburban.
What was her demeanor when you first made contact with her?
Surprisingly calm. It didn't appear that she had been very distraught. It wasn't quite what I was expecting, I guess.
Had you ever met her before?
I had not.
Where did the interview you did with her take place?
In Deputy Walker's patrol vehicle that was located on 43rd Avenue, which is a short walk from that other vehicle.
Why did you do the interview in that vehicle as opposed to just talking to her in the Suburban?
Well, patrol cars have what's called a watch guard camera system. It's something that basically is used in every patrol vehicle to record what is going on within that vehicle and outside of that vehicle. It's commonly known as a dash cam, but it also has audio equipment inside of the vehicle as well as a camera in the vehicle as well to capture what's going on.
So you were able to record your interview with her?
Yes, to an extent.
And what was the quality of that recording when you reviewed it?
Unfortunately, the audio was a little limited or poor, just due to a mic malfunction or an internal microphone issue. I'm not exactly sure. Those patrol cars go through a lot.
So when you were listening to that interview played back, could you hear anything on it?
I could hear some of it, but I really struggled. I had worn earbuds and everything I could possibly to do and to hear it.
And you still struggled to hear it even with that?
I did. I got a very small percentage of it.
So what information was she able to provide for you during that interview?
Multiple things as far as where she and Chad had been when last time she had seen Chad. Kind of family dynamics, just a basic starting interview.
So what information did she provide regarding the family dynamics?
That basically the home, there were 4 people that lived in the home. It was her, Chad, and her 2 sons, Marcus and Tootie, or Christopher, I'm sorry. I'll refer to him as that nickname that was commonly used by Nikki.
Which one of the sons has the nickname?
Christopher.
Did she say how long they had lived in that home?
Since approximately initially she stated she believed October or November.
Was she able to clarify that for you?
She was. As we were talking in the interview, she stated that she remembered celebrating Halloween in the previous house, so she determined that it had to have been November.
And that was of 2019?
Correct.
Did she say how long she and Chad had been married?
She stated approximately 6 years.
Did she say what the status was with the house, if they were buying it or renting?
She stated that they were currently renting the home.
Did she say from whom?
Rob Sattler.
What did she think about living in that house?
She stated that she hated living in that house.
Why?
She said because it was always cold and that the furnace had gone out quite regularly.
Did she say that why that was such a hardship for her?
She stated that she had multiple medical conditions that the cold really affected, including cancer, multiple sclerosis, and degenerative nerve disease.
So what did she do about it, about the fact that the furnace wasn't working?
Well, she stated that she had called the landlord as well as H.A. Thompson and Son multiple times, but they were unable to figure out what was wrong.
So people had come to the house to take a look at the furnace?
Correct.
And according to her, they weren't able to fix it?
Correct.
Did she tell you what the problem with the furnace was?
She stated that it would, fail to light, or that it would cycle through multiple times. So looking through the window, you wouldn't be able to see the flame kick on.
Was she able to provide you any more information regarding that?
Yes, she was actually.
And what was that?
She had a video that she stated she had taken with her phone that she had sent to the landlord. and I asked if I would be able to see it.
Did she show it to you?
She did.
Was there any date or time or location information on that video?
Not that I observed initially. It was just an open video, so I didn't go back to look when it was recorded at that initial time.
How was she able to play that video for you?
By using her cell phone.
Just handed you State's Exhibit number 52. Have you been able to review the video that's on that disc?
Yes, I have.
And was that the video that she showed you?
Yes, it was.
I would offer State's 52, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 52 is received.
And permission to publish.
You may do so.
And that was all that it was?
No, the original video, or I'm not sure if there's an issue with that one, but it actually shows where it's trying to light. You can hear the pilot light kicking on, and the furnace struggling to light or not lighting. So you hear it kicking over and cycling.
Was there anything else that she showed you?
Yes, she also showed me that it was in a text message to the landlord stating it was approximately 1 a.m. and the furnace was out again, saying that to the landlord.
Do you recall what day it was that that message was sent?
I do not offhand.
So what did she say happened when she sent the landlord the message?
She stated that he had eventually come over as well to try to get the furnace to work, and that he wasn't able to figure out what was going on.
So what did she do?
That she contacted H.A. Thompson and Son to come check out the furnace.
Did she say how many times she had servicemen over to check the furnace?
I believe she said twice.
And she had told you that she had left the house because of the furnace issues, correct?
Correct.
Did she say when she had left the house?
She had stated approximately Sunday or Monday, of which would be, if you have a calendar, I can better describe it.
So if you look at State's Exhibit number 1, are you able to tell me what date it was she told you she had moved out of the house?
Yes, I am. She stated it would be either Sunday the 29th of December 2019 or Monday the 30th of December 2019.
And where did she go?
She stated that she went to a hotel.
So it was a temporary move, not a permanent one?
From what I understood at that time, yes.
Did she say why Chad didn't go with her?
She stated that they were in a fight over the furnace.
So what happened then?
I continue to ask questions as far as basics as an interview would go, just asking about the family dynamic, what the fight was over, how their relationship was.
And what did she tell you about that?
Which part?
About the family dynamic.
She stated that the two children, Christopher and Marcus, were not Chad's biological children, and that they had come from previous relationships. I asked what type of relationship Chad had with both Marcus and Christopher. She stated that they continued to do hobbies together, but Chad and Christopher were probably the closest together rather than Chad and Marcus. Had a better relationship, I'm sorry.
Did you ask her if you could get those messages she had shown you off her phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
She stated that she would email me the messages initially.
Did she eventually give you permission to take her phone?
Yes, I asked if I could actually have her physical phone to do a forensic download of it, to collect all those videos as evidence and use what we needed for it.
What's a forensic download?
Forensic download is basically creating a copy of the phone that we are able to access and pull all the information from. So if you think of it, it's just making a digital file or a digital clone of that phone that we can go through all the folders. We can view text messages, messengers, photos, videos, phone calls, search history.
Did you explain to her that you were going to be taking all that information off the phone?
I did.
And she allowed you to do that?
Yes.
Who actually did that forensic download?
I would have been either Deputy Thompson initially or, yes, it would be Deputy Thompson.
Did she make any requests when she gave you her phone?
She just stated that she would need another phone from her vehicle that she had.
Were you able to give her that interview? Or, I'm sorry, were you able to give her that phone then during your interview?
It would come later. I didn't discontinue the interview to go get it. I guess to clarify,
No.
she still had access to her phone at that time. But
Okay. So when did you take her phone then? Was it at the end of your interview?
at the end of my interviews, and
Now, you had said she indicated that it was her and Chad and her two sons living in the residence. Did she indicate if she had any other children that didn't live with her?
no,
Where were her children at the time?
her children were currently with her parents in Aberdeen, South Dakota.
Did she tell you when they had left to go to Aberdeen?
Yes,
When was that?
it would have been Friday, December 20th.
Did she say when they were scheduled to come back?
I believe it was, I'm struggling to remember the exact date. I know there was a delay because we had an ice storm or something like that of that nature, had bad weather during the time she was supposed to, but I can't exactly remember the date they were coming back.
It would have been after the day that you were talking to her, though, on January 2nd? They weren't back at that time?
They were not, no.
Did she say if she had gone down over Christmas to spend time with her kids?
She did not.
Now, you said that she had talked about Chad sharing hobbies with her youngest son, Christopher. Did she say what hobbies those were?
That he had done some bowling, that they would shoot BB guns together, things of that nature.
Did she talk about her relationship with Chad?
She did.
What did she tell you about that?
She stated that she wished Chad didn't drink so much.
Did you ask her how much Chad drank?
I did.
What did she tell you?
Nikki stated to me that Chad was drinking a case of Crown Royal and a case of proper 12 Irish whiskey a month, not including beer.
Did you ever check to see how much Crown whiskey is sold by the case?
I did.
Like how many bottles are in a case?
I did.
And what did you find?
Normally a case of Crown has 12 750 milliliter bottles.
And did she indicate that that was the size that he drank, or did you find any evidence at the house to indicate that was the size of bottle you should be looking at?
I did not, but I assumed once I saw it, I did see a bottle inside of the residence in the scene. That was a 750 milliliter bottle.
So you assumed she'd be talking about a case of that size since that's the bottle you found at the home?
Correct, and plus I thought a case of 175 might be hard to believe.
Okay. What about Proper 12? Were you able to see any alcohol bottles of Proper 12 in the home to know what size to look for that?
I did. There was one bottle of Proper 12 Irish whiskey, and it was a 750 mil.
And how many bottles of 750 milliliter Proper 12 are sold in a case?
There's actually multiple options. You can either buy a 6-pack or a 12-pack case of 750s of Proper 12.
And she didn't, or did she give you an idea of how many bottles came in a case that he bought every month?
She did not.
How long did he say, or how long did she say that he had been drinking to that extent?
I think on that extent for, I want to say the past few months or possibly even longer.
What was her demeanor during your interview?
I would describe it as erratic. It was 1 minute bright, cheery, happy, not fitting the situation, and then it would be hysterical, forced, or pressured breathing and kind of high-pitched crying and kind of squealing.
What topics of conversation would bring that kind of behavior on?
Talk of any of the drinking or things of that nature, I guess. Trying to think of what other items would have came up. Yeah, mainly towards their relationship.
Did she say if she drank?
She stated that she did not like to drink and didn't drink due to her medical conditions and just would rather do family things.
Did she say anything else about Chad's drinking?
She stated that it had been going on since their relationship started nearly 6 years ago. She stated that she didn't notice it at first when they were dating because they would only see each other on weekends due to kind of a long-distance relationship that they started off with. She stated, told me a story about Christopher, who had ran to her at a birthday party and was concerned.
And you had said that they had been married approximately 6 years, according to her?
Correct.
And she indicated he had been drinking since they started dating?
Correct.
Did she say if he was drinking as much as she claimed now, back when they started dating?
I don't know if there was any statement if it had been all the way, but she had stated that he'd come home drunk a lot, would drive drunk all the time, would go out multiple nights a week. But I think I want to say that during that initial interview that she said it had gotten worse recently, but I'd have to be sure.
But according to her, he'd been drinking to excess pretty much their entire relationship?
Correct.
You said that she had told you a story about Christopher related to Chad's drinking. What was that?
Yes, she's told me that Christopher, her, and Chad had gone to a birthday party, and that Christopher had come running up to her stating that Christopher was worried that he had looked in one of the coolers and there wasn't enough beer for Dad, and that he was afraid that he would get mad.
Did she say what Chad's demeanor would be like or what he would do when he would be drinking?
She stated that he was up and down and he was mean when he drank. He was very nice to her when he wasn't drinking.
Did she say what mean meant?
It did come up later when we pushed into further on it.
And what did she say?
It was when we were talking about her going out or drinking, she brought up the term drinking games. She said, I don't want to play drinking games, and became distraught at that point.
Did she say what drinking games were?
She stated that that's what Chad would call it when he would get intoxicated and then abuse her.
Did she clarify as to what she meant by abuse?
She stated that he'd be very mean and that he would grab her by the arms, which would hurt or squeeze her very hard. And with her medical conditions, that was extremely hard on her.
Did she say if she told anybody about this?
She stated that she had told a close friend at work, as well as her brother.
Did she tell you who the close friend was?
She did not at the time.
Did she say when she told this close friend about drinking and abuse in her marriage?
No exact date, no.
How about her brother?
She had told him the weekend prior, so that would have been, I believe she was referring to either the 28th or 29th of December, was my understanding at that time.
Did she say if she talked to Chad's family about her concerns with his drinking or the abuse?
Yeah, she stated that she had talked to his sister Lori throughout kind of their relationship and had brought up at times her concern for his level of drinking and possible depression. Excuse me.
Did she say what Lori's reaction to that was or response was?
No, she did not. She stated that there was a history of it in the family, I believe, at some point, but that was about as far as we went into that.
Was she able to provide any other information about drinking or abuse?
In specifics, I guess, is there, she had mentioned a time that Chad didn't trust her and was kind of gave a story of stalking her or following her to a gym.
Did she say how long these drinking games or the abuse had been going on?
She stated that the one incident of drinking games that she brought up when she had tried to leave was the previous November.
So that'd be November of 2018?
I believe so is what we were referring to. So as far as, I didn't ask for an exact year, but to my understanding at that point it was really fresh into 2020, so I was assuming it was, November of 2018.
Did she say if she ever reported the abuse to any law enforcement authority?
No.
Did she say if she ever reported it to any medical personnel?
She stated that her doctor had observed bruises and that she had covered for Chad.
Did she give you the doctor's name so you could follow up on that?
Not at that time.
Did she eventually?
I believe in later interviews did obtain a doctor's name.
Did she share any other difficulties in their relationship?
I did ask about financial hardship or anything like that. She stated that they made good money, but it was expensive to drink.
So she said they didn't have any financial issues?
No.
Did she say if they had any difficulties regarding Chad being married in the past?
That did come up as far as that one incident where she stated Chad had followed her to a gym.
And how did him being married previously come up regarding that issue?
It might be easier just to go through the story. Nikki stated that Chad was always following her, or did not always following her, but had followed her to this gym at one night. She said she would go to the gym because that helped her stay loose with her medical conditions, and that she stated that she had observed Chad following her in his pickup and then drive past her vehicle while she was in the gym.
And so what did she say about the previous marriage related to that incident?
She stated that she had confronted him when she got back home about it, and that she stated that she would never cheat on him and that she is not his ex-wife, Susie.
So she implied to you in that story that his prior marriage broke up due to infidelity?
She just stated that there was infidelity in there. I don't know if that was the end game of what happened. But.
Did she say if she'd ever heard Chad threaten to harm himself?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say regarding that?
She stated it was actually that night when she had confronted him about following her to the gym. he had made the statement, I should just fucking blow myself up. I don't know why I do things like this. Just was very hard on himself and made kind of a suicidal comment.
Did she say when that incident had happened?
Not a given date.
Was she able to show you or provide you any other information regarding bruising she may have had from the incidences with Chad?
Yes, well, talking about drinking games, she showed me a couple of photos on her phone of an arm and then a picture of her looking at the camera.
Were there any dates, times, or locations visible when she showed you those pictures?
No, she had pulled it off of her camera roll kind of quickly in the car. And like I said, just on the initial interview, I didn't make note of it as I knew I was going to be making a forensic copy.
How long did it take her to find those photos?
It was surprisingly quick. A few seconds.
And what did she tell you about those photos?
She stated that those were photos of bruises after that she had after Chad had abused her or played drinking games.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 53, is that the picture she showed you?
Yes, I believe it is.
And was there anything about that picture that could help you identify date, time, or location?
Not on the picture itself.
And was there anything on the photo that helped you identify whose arm it was?
No, it's just for lack of a better term, a kind of a generic photo of a human arm.
Did she give you any specific information as to how that bruise on the arm came about?
I believe she stated that Chad had grabbed her by the arms very hard.
And you said there was a second picture where she showed you a picture of her facing the camera?
Correct.
What did she tell you that was supposed to be of?
It was a picture of her with black eyes.
Did you note any black eyes in that photo?
I did not. It didn't appear that what I would look at as black eyes or anything notable.
Was there anything on that photo that would tell you date, time, location?
I'm sure if I would have looked into the actual, I just was briefly looking at the photo, but
No, I mean anything in the photo, like a Christmas tree up or
No.
Some sort of decoration
no,
or some
nothing
sort of...
to give me a timeline of what it was. So
And then, and you saw the picture and it was Nikki, correct?
correct.
Okay. So after talking with her about her relationship with Chad, what did you speak about?
Like I said, I had asked her about once again about the temperature of the house and how they made it through the nights that she said the furnace had gone out.
Did she say if she had left the house before or stayed somewhere else when the furnace was not working?
No.
Did you ask her about any of the items that you found during the walkthrough of the house?
I did ask her, I guess, about an iPad and a cell phone that we'd found on would have been on the west side of the couch as you come into the living room area.
And who did she identify those as being?
As Chad's.
Was she able to give you any information about them, like how, were they locked, first of all?
They were.
Did she give you any information as to how to unlock them?
She stated she didn't know the passwords.
Did you specifically ask her about the gun that you saw or the ammunition you saw in the bedroom?
I did.
And what information did she provide about that?
She stated that she was not a gun person.
Did she talk about that, whether she knew there were guns in the house?
She did say that she knew there were some guns in the house, but she didn't know what they were or how many or anything of that nature.
Now, going back to her relationship with Chad, did she say whether there was any infidelity in their marriage?
I did ask if she felt that he ever had a girlfriend or had a relationship outside of it, as she said he was going out so much and doing so much drinking. Nikki told me that she had asked him, and he said no, and that she didn't ever think he had.
So other than the fact that he was out of the house a lot, she didn't have any other basis to believe that he was having an affair?
No.
Now, going back to the furnace, did she indicate what they would do when the furnace went out to try to heat the house, if they turned on the stove or used portable space heaters or anything like that?
Yes, I had asked. She had stated, telling me the story about how the home had gotten down to 58 degrees in the house that one night, that her and the kids and Chad had to stay in the vehicle in the driveway with the vehicle on to stay warm that night. To me, that didn't seem like the best answer, so I just asked if she had used electric heat or the stove. There were electric registers in the house that I had seen, or a space heater, or other forms of staying warm.
Did she say why they wouldn't go to a hotel that time?
No.
Did you ask her about the propane heater or that sunflower heater that was in the bedroom?
I did.
Did you ask why they didn't use that in the past?
I did. I asked if they'd ever used a propane heater in the house.
What was her response?
Well, it was an abrupt response, and she stated, no, you can't use that in the house, you'll start a fire. And she kind of continued on in this statement, unprompted, that she wouldn't be able to use that propane heater because she can't light it or turn on the gas or do anything or run a lighter because of her long fake acrylic nails. And that she had at one time tried to light it and singed her hair and burnt her hand trying to do that.
This was all in response to the one question about using the propane heater in the house?
Yeah.
So what were you trying to accomplish with that initial interview?
Just get a baseline and try to understand what we were seeing at the scene. When you come into a situation at the end like that, you don't know anything about the family, you don't know anything about the residents, you don't know anything about the history, so you try to set a timeline to try to figure out when the deceased subject was last seen alive and kind of go from there and figure that out. You try to figure out if there were problems in the home, you try to figure out if there were financial issues, you try to figure out if there were mechanical issues, history of domestic violence, drinking. A lot goes into it when you find human remains.
Okay. So let's talk about the financial just a little bit more. You said she had said they were not having any financial difficulties?
No, she stated that they made good money.
Did she say where they worked?
That Chad worked as a parts guy at Interstate Power Systems, and that she worked at Community Options.
Did they have any other sources of income?
Yes.
What was that?
Nikki stated that she owned a catering business that she ran out of the home.
Did she say how long she'd been doing that?
Not an exact time, no.
So you had talked also about trying to establish a timeline. What kind of timeline were you looking for? Like what date range?
Well, like I said, it was just going back to when Chad was last seen alive, when she had last seen him alive, when she had returned to the home, when she found Chad, what interactions had occurred in between that time. Just a wide range of questions, I guess, referring to dates. Just trying to put those last 10, 12 days together.
So when did she say was the last time she had seen Chad?
She stated the last time she had seen Chad was after their argument and that she had left the home. And she struggled with the date. It was either Sunday or Monday, is what she was stating.
So that would have been December 29th or 30th, you said?
Correct, December 29th or 30th of 2019.
So she hadn't seen him on, we're gonna use the 30th because that's the latest date, but she hadn't seen him on the 31st or the 1st?
No.
Did she indicate if she'd communicated with him in any way between when she left, either on the 29th or 30th, until the 2nd?
She stated that just a brief message about bowling on what she believed would be the 30th or Monday.
What was the conversation regarding bowling?
It was a pretty lighthearted conversation. She actually had it on Facebook Messenger, and I was able to look at it.
Why do you say it was lighthearted?
It was just like, well, how'd you do at bowling tonight? Chad responded back, not as good as I wanted to, but hey, that's how it goes. It didn't seem, if you're in a fight, I don't know, like it just seemed pretty lighthearted.
So there was nothing in those messages that she showed you between her and Chad on December 30th that indicated that they had separated or were having marital problems?
No.
Was there a date or time associated with the messages that you saw?
Yes, there was. I believe it was on the 30th.
Do you recall what time?
Without referring to my report, I wouldn't be able to give you an exact time, no.
How about time of day?
I believe it was evening, early evening.
What did she say she was doing while he was at bowling on the evening of the 30th?
There was no mention of that in the message that I remember.
So did you ask her what she was doing?
Yes.
And what did she tell you she was doing while Chad was at bowling?
Nikki stated that she had returned to the home Monday night, which is bowling night, and Chad's a pretty avid bowler, so she knew he would be gone, and that she retrieved clothes and some other items.
Did she say when she had gone back to the home?
Just stating that she was there when he would be gone at bowling.
So she didn't see him at all when she went back to the house on the 30th to get the clothing?
Not that she indicated.
Did she indicate if she specifically went while he was gone?
Yes.
And did she say why that was?
My understanding of it was just to avoid him.
Did she say if anyone went with her or if she went by herself?
She just stated that she had gone out there. I believe at that time she said I assumed that she was alone based on the question I had asked if there had been anybody else in that home besides the H.A. Thompson, Rob Sattler, Chad, and the two children.
So you didn't specifically ask her if anyone went with on that occasion?
Not that I can fully recollect.
Did she say if she had had any communication with Chad after those messages regarding bowling on Monday evening?
Yes.
And what was that?
She stated that she had initially she stated it as a messenger conversation, that Chad had had a bad night at bowling and that he was telling her that she was going to call in sick the next day and he was going to call her, she was going to call him in sick the next day, and that they were going to be playing drinking games.
Was she able to show you those messages?
No.
Did you ask her about that?
I did. I asked her where these messages were, and Nikki stated that it must have been a phone conversation, I guess.
So they spoke on the phone, according to her.
After that statement, apparently, and her statement.
Did she say if she went back to the home that night on the 30th or if she went back to the hotel?
She said she went back to the hotel.
What did she say was the next thing that happened in this timeline?
That she continued to go to work and go back to the hotel in the evenings, and that she didn't go out on New Year's Eve. She's not a big drinker, she said.
She did or did not go out on New Year's Eve?
Did not.
So during that time frame, so the 30th she went to work?
Correct.
The 31st, did she go to work?
Yes.
What about the 1st?
The first they were off, so she did not.
And what about the 2nd?
The second she returned to work.
Did she say what hours she works?
She didn't, I guess.
Did you ever find out what hours she worked?
I believe I think it was kind of a standard 8 to 5 if I'm right, but I don't know.
So she continued going to work and coming back to the hotel, didn't go out for New Year's. Did she say what she did on the 1st?
She stated that she was just stayed around the hotel room and slept most of the day, and she was very tired.
And did she say if she attempted to contact Chad on the 1st?
No,
What about on the 31st?
no.
So what happened, what's the next thing that she told you had happened in her timeline?
Well, as I was asking about these conversations and, like the phone conversation and the messenger conversation, I made a statement that I thought it was fairly lighthearted, and Nikki stated, yeah, he's very careful, or referring to Chad, that he's very careful not to put anything in a message that could make him look bad, and that they were, she gave the perception that they were the picture-perfect family from the outside, and that it's very common for them not to communicate much when they're in a fight.
But according to her last communication with Chad by phone, he was expecting her to be home on the 30th to play drinking games and then called him in sick the next day on the 31st?
Correct.
But she didn't go back to the house.
She did not.
Did she call him in sick then on the 31st?
We did find out later through the investigation that she did.
But she didn't tell you that during this interview?
No.
So what happened next?
At that time, I returned to the scene to speak with Deputy Thompson. I asked Nikki if she would be willing to stick around, as I just had to get some more information from Deputy Thompson, kind of let him know where I was at with our information. Doing an investigation like that, you rely heavily on communicating with each other, just saying what you found and kind of bouncing that back and forth so that you both get a clearer picture of what's going on.
And was there any additional information you got from Deputy Thompson that you followed up with Ms. Entzel?
Yes, he had stated that he had located security cameras on the outside residence of the home, as well as door sensors, just kind of a full-on security system in the home.
Did you ask her about that?
When I returned to speak with her, yeah.
Okay. And what did she tell you about the security system? When did they have it installed in the home?
So it was actually brought from the previous home that where they had lived prior to this. Nikki was stating that it was always having troubles, and it would record sometimes, wouldn't others, and the door sensors were always going off or falling off. That was about it.
So from talking to her, did you think you were going to be able to get any information from the security system in the home?
Initially, I wasn't sure. You never know what these systems catch or what's available, or if someone knows how to use them.
Did she have the ability to access the security system from her phone?
Yes, I had asked her if she knew if it was like a DVR recorder in the home that collected the information, or if it was an application run program using her cell phone.
And which one was it?
She stated that she had an application on her phone that she could use to view the security video and view the security system.
Did she pull it up to show you what it could do or what was happening currently?
She did. I had actually asked it because I noticed her phone was getting notifications. I noticed her phone was getting notifications of movement in the basement.
Do you know if officers were still in the home in the basement at that time?
I did, because I was speaking with Deputy Thompson in the basement prior to returning to talk with Nikki, and we were actually looking at one of the sensors, kind of tapping on it and messing with it, seeing it, just investigating things. And it was at the same timeline when I got back that it had gone off, and I knew the deputies were still down in the basement.
So despite the fact that she told you it didn't work right all the time, it was working for at least that sensor that you were tapping at that time?
Yeah, it seemed to be working well at that point.
Okay. Did you ask her if you could gain access to that security system to see what you could find from it?
I did. She stated that she had the application, which was TC 2.0, and that she would have to look up her passwords for it, but she had those on her phone.
And she was able to provide that to you?
Yes.
So now going back, did she give you kind of a timeline of what happened on January 2nd? that led her to your interview with her that day?
Yes.
And what happened?
Nikki stated to me that she had gone back to work after New Year's Day off, and that she had a very, very busy day. She stated that she was kind of running all day and very busy.
And how did she make it out to the house?
Well, she stated that she had received either a missed text message from Chad's boss, Cole, in regard saying that Chad had not come to work today.
Did she say what she did when she got that call or missed call or text?
She said that she attempted to call him back at some point, but she was so busy and didn't make contact with Cole.
So what information or what was her understanding of what was going on after she either got the message or got the text from Cole?
That Chad had not shown up to work that day.
Did she say if she attempted to contact Chad?
She stated that she told Cole she would text him and see what was going on or try to get a hold of him.
Did she show you if she was able to text him or call him or what she had done to try to contact him?
I do remember the text message for sure.
What was the text message?
It was a text message to Chad's phone because it was noted at the top of the message thread. And it said, something of the nature of, did you get carried away playing drinking games and forget to go to work?
Did you ask her how he was playing drinking games if she wasn't at the home?
Not at that time.
Did you see if there was a response from Chad on the 2nd?
There was no response.
Did she say what she did when she didn't get a response back from him?
She stated that she had to get back to doing her job and that she was very busy. So she said she would check on him after work.
So she last communicated with Chad on Monday, December 30th in the evening. She hadn't heard from him on December 31st, hadn't heard from him on January 1st, was notified by his employer that he was not at work and they couldn't get a hold of him and she couldn't get a hold of him. And she went back to work?
Correct.
Until when?
Until she received another call from Cole stating that they were really concerned because they were out at the house and there was no answer and Chad's truck was at the scene.
What did she do then?
She stated that she would go there right after work and check on him.
When did she go to the house?
It would have been after 5 o'clock that evening.
And what did she say happened when she got to the house?
Nikki stated that she drove up into the driveway and entered through the garage door, which I guess is their normal habit. They open the overhead garage door and then go in through the entryway in the garage. Nikki stated that she said she could smell something kind of burning, but didn't really think anything of it because there's always somebody burning something out in that area. It's right on the edge of town.
What happened when she went into the garage?
Nikki stated that she walked up to the garage entryway door, and which is a wood door that has a window in it. And she attempted to get in, but it was stuck, and that she could see there was black and soot all over her, smoke, things of that nature, through that window.
And is that when she called 911?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you talked with her about during that initial interview?
I did ask about the phones that I needed to retrieve for her to use, and the question as to why those phones were there.
And what was her response about why she had phones in her car?
She had stated that she had gotten new phones and just hadn't activated them yet, so she would just activate those new phones.
What did you need to do prior to giving her the phones?
I would need to process her vehicle just because it was at the scene. So we treat everything as it was potentially evidence.
And what do you mean by process?
By processing it initially, I just asked for consent to photograph and look through the vehicle, which Nikki gave me. And then we basically take an overall view of the vehicle, kind of starting from back, working your way in, so that you're able to see the vehicle in its entirety, all four sides of it, what the inside of it looks like, anything that objects inside that would draw your attention, close-ups of those objects, just kind of giving an overall view of what that vehicle is and what's inside of it.
And why do you need to do that?
Well, in case we ever get to a court case like this and are here today.
So that was done in this case before you retrieved the phones for her?
Yes, it was.
Did you find anything that you thought was of evidentiary value at the time?
At the time, I did not. Like I said, we had just a narrow view on what was all going on at that point.
I just handed you state's exhibits 54 through, I believe it's 61. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And are those the photos you took while processing Ms. Entzel's car on January 2nd, 2020?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you were processing her vehicle?
Yes, they do.
I would offer state's exhibits 54 through 61, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. 54 through 61 are received.
Okay, so before we go through the pictures, I just want to ask what kind of vehicle it was.
It was a Pontiac G6.
Were you aware that when she called 911, she identified it as a Grand Am?
No, I was not.
How similar are Pontiac G6s and Pontiac Grand Ams?
Well, they're both made by Pontiac. I guess there's some body similarity, but it's not usually mistaken.
Was that a newer vehicle to Ms. Entzel? Were you aware of?
I assume so. There was dealer plates on it.
Okay, so that could have just been a mistake by her because it was a newer vehicle to her.
Correct.
Okay. Permission to publish the photos, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, I'm showing you state's exhibit number 54, and you have the photo in front of you as well. What are we looking at here?
54, we're just looking at the front view of the vehicle that was sitting in the driveway.
And why do you take an overall picture of the vehicle before you start?
Basically just to show that this is the actual vehicle that I'm photographing, and identifying marks, damage to the outside, license plate, positioning at the scene, etc.
And state's exhibit number 55.
That's a picture of the interior, looking in through the passenger door.
So do you just take overalls of the entire vehicle from outside to inside and then focus in on things that you deem important?
Yes, this is actually just a small number of the photos that I took that night of that vehicle because we slowly move in.
And state's exhibit number 56?
That is a picture of the passenger side of that vehicle, and the items that are sitting on the seat and on the floorboards.
And state's exhibit number 57, what is that?
That is a picture of the Amazon cardboard box that was sitting on the front seat of the passenger side.
State's exhibit number 58, what's this?
That is the items that were you were able to view through the back passenger door seat.
And state's exhibit number 59, what's that?
That is the package where the phones that she was requesting were located in the back seat.
And when you looked at that package and took a picture of it, did you pay attention to the wording on the label, or did you read the label at that time?
Not at that time.
Did you read it later?
Yes, I did.
And when you read it later, what stood out to you on state's exhibit 59?
It would be the address and the name of Earl Howard.
Had you heard of Earl Howard before?
At that time, I when we first discovered this, I think we had not heard of his name yet.
And when you were processing the vehicle, you didn't know who that was either, correct?
Not a clue.
Okay, state's exhibit number 60, what's this?
This is that box that was addressed to Earl Howard, and it contained the cell phones that Nikki was requesting.
And last, State's Exhibit number 61.
That's a photograph of the trunk of Nikki's vehicle.
Did you seize anything from her vehicle after you had processed it?
No, nothing seized, just returned her the vehicle. I drove the vehicle to her where she was located at the squad car, as I didn't want her to return to the scene.
Okay. And you turned the car over to her with the phones inside?
Correct.
Did you have any other conversation with her at that time?
Just briefly, I introduced her to the coroner, who followed me down to get further information from her.
What did you do next?
Next, I returned to the scene. Well, actually, I guess I collected Nikki's phone from her, as well as her passcode, which I believe was 1107, and then returned to the scene with the phone.
What did you do at the scene?
I turned over the phone initially to Brian Thompson, who was acting as the evidence custodian that night.
Was there anything else that you processed at the house?
Several things.
And what was the first thing that you processed?
The first thing we processed was the gun that we had observed on the bed.
And what did you do regarding the gun?
Well, we started off by photographing the entire scene first. Just as we do with the vehicle, you start a broad view of the outside of the house, move your way in. It's a pretty extensive amount of photographs, but you work your way in. We process the shotgun by basically photographing its position in the room, the position on the bed, its state. You try to take as many pictures of every angle you can to try to gather, basically to capture that moment in time, so that you're able to see it again. And then we began to manipulate the firearm to clear it, make sure it was safe, and also record what information we could get from it.
What do you mean by clearing it?
By clearing it, we mean opening the action on the firearm. This was a break action firearm, so it actually involved us opening it to check both chambers of the firearm to make sure that they were clear.
I handed you State's Exhibit 62 through 64. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And are those some of the photos that you took while processing that shotgun in the
Yes.
bedroom?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed on that date?
Yes, they did.
I would offer 62, 63, and 64, Your Honor.
No objection. So 62 through 64 were received.
Permission to publish? So State's Exhibit 62, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph that we had taken after moving it initially, just to show both sides of the gun. So there were other photos before this was moved. If you can see, the gun was laying on the bed, where that white outline is. And that told us a couple things.
What did that tell you?
That the gun was laying there before the fire, and that it most likely had not been moved.
There was no soot underneath where the gun was laying, correct?
Correct. You can see a perfect white outline of the gun that blocked the soot from laying on that bedspread.
State's Exhibit number 63, what was this documenting?
This was us. We had eventually opened the action of the firearm to show both chambers of the gun. So there's, on this shotgun, there are 2 barrels, which means 2 chambers. You can only load 2 shells into the firearm.
So when you say break action, that's when you can open the gun and kind of split it and break the gun to open it to get to loading it?
Correct. It's a hinge action firearm, commonly known as an over and under.
And it appears that there is only 1 shell in that shotgun?
Correct.
Is that how you found it?
Yes, in the top chamber of the firearm.
And State's Exhibit number 64, what are we looking at here?
This is the dresser end table at the end of the bed. We're looking at in the center of the photo, there's an empty hull. That was the hull we extracted from the chamber to document it. And also you're able to see that plastic MTM shell holder next to it with ammunition open.
Is that where you had seen that ammunition when you first went in the bedroom? Had that been moved yet?
No, that had not been moved.
Okay. So what did you do with the shotgun after you finished clearing it and taking the photographs?
We collected it as evidence.
Did the ammunition that you had taken from the firearm match the ammunition that was in that plastic case?
Yes, it did. If you look at the photo, I believe it's going to be State's Exhibit 64. I can make a little better explanation of that because.
Let me pull it back up then.
If you look at the left side of the picture, you can see that that ammunition case, and as you can see that there's red, white, and blue rounds in that box. And as you can see, the hull in the center of the picture is clearly red. Now, the reason I say that matched is because that they were all federal brand trap loads. They're called Top Gun ammunition. It's an 1 1/8 ounce 8-shot load. And there was a promotional run that I was aware of from Federal called the Top Gun series. And it came as a kind of a patriotic view. They had in every box was a combination of red, white, and blue ammunition. So that's why I knew that was consistent with those.
Was there anything that stood out to you about the fact that there were 2 shells missing from the case and you recovered 1 shell from the shotgun?
Somewhat, but as being an avid outdoorsman and shooter, I know how often you don't come back with a full box of shells, or you're always missing 1 or missing 2. It was something we definitely took note of, but it wasn't completely out of the ordinary as well.
So what did you do next?
Next, I believe we processed remains of Chad.
And how was that done?
We actually had to don personal protective equipment due to the high level of decomposition and the state of the body.
What was your role in doing that?
I assisted with moving Chad, as well as the photographing and collecting evidence that we could find.
Was there any evidence that was found when you were moving him or after you had moved him?
Yes, there was an area of biological matter that was left from the remains of Chad. And I went through that matter and was able to locate a hard metallic piece, or what I believe to be metal, that I thought might be a shotgun pellet in that matter.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 66. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the objects that I was able to locate in that matter, just in a better condition, or cleaned up a little bit.
And that doesn't, well, is it in substantially the same condition as when you found it?
Yes, it is, though.
I would offer State's Exhibit 66, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibit 66 is received.
It doesn't look like the pellets that we saw from Dr. Masello that were recovered from Chad's body. So why did you think that they were pellets that may have come from Chad?
Just from the severe heat, lead has a very low melting point. Also, it's very soft, so at a high impact speed, lead can deform greatly. This is commonly seen when, from, like I said, from hunters, they find lead pellets that are badly deformed in their game they take, as well as, like I said, I've casted bullets from lead, the process.
I would object if he has some kind of expertise in this. I'd like to hear about it first.
I'm just asking why he thought that this was something of evidentiary importance. He's explaining.
I think he's answered the question.
Okay. So what else did you do?
We then assisted in removing the remains of Chad from the home.
Was there anything else that you observed in the room as that was happening?
We did notice what appeared to be a bloody handprint on the wall. It would have been let me get my bearings here a minute. It would have been on the right side of the room, to the right of Chad's body.
So on State's Exhibit 7, which is the diagram of that main floor, we can see in that back bedroom there is a notation there of the location of Chad. Where on that diagram would this handprint have been?
It would be to the right of the body, in between the threshold of the bathroom door and that would be about where it was, about waist height or lower.
Were photographs taken of that as well?
Yes, there were.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 65. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken of that handprint that you described?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I would offer 65, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 65 is received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So just, State's Exhibit 65 is up and displayed. What made you think that that was a handprint?
It's a little tough to see here, but if you look in the center of that, it's easier on the photograph, but on the screen, you can see the 4 lines above the center of the on the center of the photograph. You can see what appears to be a palm, and then 4 fingers above it, and possibly a thumbprint, like as if it were a right hand pressing up against the wall.
Was anything done with that that handprint? Was it swabbed or were samples taken?
I believe swabs were taken, and we also photographed it.
Were there any other vehicles that were located at the residence?
Yes, there were.
And what were they?
There were 2 vehicles at the residence. One was, I believe it was a Nissan Murano parked on the side of the house, as well as a Chevy Silverado in the driveway. I believe it was silver or gray.
And in talking with Ms. Entzel, was there anything found at the house that indicated to you who drove what vehicle?
Well, Nikki had stated that she drove the Pontiac, so I knew that one vehicle was hers. I believe I asked about the Murano at one time, and she stated that was her previous vehicle, and it had the engine had blown up or gone out on it.
And what about the truck?
The truck was, I believe, told to me by, Deputy Thompson that he had discovered that was Chad's. I don't know if he was told that at the scene or where else, but.
Did you also process Chad's vehicle?
Yes, I assisted with it too.
Was that vehicle locked or unlocked?
The vehicle was locked.
Did you find keys for it, or how were you able to get into it?
Yes, well, going through the house and investigating the scene, we located a black jacket that was draped over a kitchen chair at the kitchen table, and inside of the pocket we've located vehicle keys for that truck.
Was there anything else found in that jacket?
Yes,
What was that?
Chad Entzel's wallet, and I believe even a checkbook.
Was there anything that you found of evidentiary interest within Chad's truck?
Not that I recall.
After you finished doing that, did you process any other areas of the house?
I believe we went down into the furnace area, or in the basement, to look at the furnace again. As Deputy Thompson had told me that they believe there may have been 2 fires at that home.
What did you see when you went in the basement?
There was a bedroom, a large amount of boxes in the area, still heavy soot damage.
Was there anything else of interest that you found when you were down there?
Close to the furnace, on the floor, I observed just a small top corner piece of Marlboro Red cigarette container, just a small torn piece of paper.
Why did you find that of interest?
Because when you're at a scene like that, you're kind of looking at everything you can. It just, to me, it stuck out. It just seemed out of place. I didn't see a lot of other smoking stuff in the house. It just didn't seem to be in the right place.
Did you collect the cigarette pack piece?
Unfortunately, I did not.
Did you photograph it?
I don't believe I did.
Why not?
Like I said, if I photographed everything that I was suspicious of or found interesting, I would probably fill a 32 gigabyte SD card.
Was there anything that you collected or did to process the basement or the furnace?
Like I said, we photographed it, did photograph the furnace. I remember Deputy Thompson was checking out the electrical box, seeing if there was any circuits that had been thrown or anything like that. Just overall, processing of the scene, we did pay pretty close attention to the furnace by photos, I remember.
What did you do next?
Next, we basically collected the evidence that we needed from the scene, and took those items to our secure evidence location at the Burley East Dive Shop.
So after the house was finished, were you ever able to access the security system to view any videos that may have been on from that camera that was at the house?
None at that time.
When did you do that?
I believe Deputy Thompson actually did that the following day, January 3rd, Friday, January 3rd, the next day.
What was the next thing you did in this investigation?
The next thing that I did in this investigation was to go to Bismarck Funeral Home to assist with Metro taking the body of Chad Entzel.
Did you accompany it to the medical examiner's office?
I followed the ambulance to it, yes.
What did you do next?
Next, it would have been, I believe Nikki would have came in. It would have been Monday, January 6th. Came into the sheriff's office and asked if I could escort her to the home.
Did she say why she wanted to go back to the home?
Possibly to get some more things and kind of just be emotional support for her while she did that.
So did you go with her?
I did.
Did you drive together or separately?
I had her drive separately.
While you were at the residence, did you go into the house with her?
I did.
What kind of shoes was she wearing that day?
I believe black, I think bear paw style boots.
While you were with her at the residence, did you record that in any way?
I did.
How so?
I used basically a small covert electronic recording device for audio.
Showed you State's Exhibit 67. Have you been able to review the recording of your interaction with Nikki on January 6, 2020? That's on that DVD.
I have,
Is it an accurate copy?
yes.
I would offer 67, Your Honor.
Exhibit is received.
And I think now might be a good time to take a break before we play it.
Seems like an appropriate time. We'll take a 10-minute break. So come back about 10:35, and I'll read the admonition to the members of the jury. You are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So if the bailiffs would please take out the jurors. Please be seated. Counsel, I just want to really quickly address the objection. That was at approximately 10:13, and the court, I guess, didn't specifically say sustained or overruled because I said he's answered the question. I overruling the objection to the extent he was speaking, he was answering based upon his law enforcement experience. It's an opinion he could give. At the point of the objection, he was starting to go more into personal things. I think he was going to talk about him preparing shot or things such as that. And so I think anything beyond that would have been possibly inappropriate. But to the point of what he did testify about, the court finds it's based upon his experience as a law enforcement officer and was admissible. So anything any attorney wants to add regarding that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We'll take 10 minutes. You may be seated. It's 10:37 a.m. We're going back on the record in the State v. Entzel, case 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present, as is Ms. Entzel and her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Lawyer is present, and our witness continues to be on the stand. So, Ms. Lawyer, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request to publish State's Exhibit 67.
You may do so.
So, Your Honor, I have
20.
Oh, there we go.
Is approximately 0857 hours. Going to the scene, 4900 43rd Avenue, and with Nikki Entzel present. She is driving her own vehicle behind me. We are arriving to the scene at this time. Central 4810. 1023. Well, I think the garage door. Hang on 1 second. Which keys? Just the ones in the vehicle. Which keys were those? I don't know if I. Let me check this one here. Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't me, I'm sorry. Okay. Is it okay if I go in with you?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to leave you alone. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be great. I just want to.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that new to you, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you move stuff around too. Because we haven't taken it.
Yeah, that's what, like, it's November or something like that?
Maybe middle of November?
Yeah.
Because we didn't have to call me.
So you cater then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. There's another call.
Sorry. I don't entertain much. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the firemen or anything like that. Like you said, we weren't here right away.
It's from all the soot from the fire. Huh? Yeah, there's no heat damage to any of the structural parts or anything. So. Yep, we found that night. So.
Yeah.
We might have taken it. We could probably take it.
No, always on the other side.
Always on the other side? Okay, we might have taken that. I have to look at that evidence inventory, just because we were trying to identify him and everything. What was the scene? The one with the pillow on it? This was your sheet then on this side? Was that like that beforehand? Okay. I'm not sure if the firemen actually broke it when they were coming in that time, or what. Did these sit anywhere in particular?
This is this.
Okay.
And then you have this alcohol here and all this cigar.
Okay. What's in the bottom part of it? The.
Isn't more the sugar?
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I think it fell down behind here. Like I said, when the firemen came in, it was very swanky for them to see anything, so I think they're kind of bouncing around. Did you take that picture, or is that?
No, Bird's photography.
Oh, okay.
Judy picked it. It was like her favorite thing was when we were first coming into the park. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure. The joy. So I'll come back in and grab a picture of that. I must have left. I forgot my SD card in. Oh, that's okay. I can use mine, so that way I don't have to borrow that phone too. So, all right. All right. That gray sock there? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, you know, would it be okay if I grab that? I mean, just for part of the investigation for fire and stuff.
I think that's it. Is that maybe now?
It's got a lot of soot on it. Well, I can do that. We can do that. I can do that. He was in the back bedroom, or the master bedroom, so I'm just going to warn you, okay? okay? Are you okay? I'm trying to figure it out. What is it? What is it? What was it? The bottle? Yeah. Some things had to be moved in order to, okay. Are you okay? You want to step away from this a minute? Okay.
That's not it. That's not it.
What's that?
That's not it.
It looks like a gun stock.
I don't know. That might have been one of them, but
Okay.
I don't know if that one was good. Trudy said that he had asked you, if you had done did you and your house? And he said, I still have a beauty house. I've told him.
Okay.
And then he said, go ahead and the person. And he said, I told him.
All done? Okay.
And I said, is that it? And he said, well, I know all of this child is supposed to be fair.
Was it how it goes?
No, he said everything's supposed to be fair.
You mind if I look?
No, it's a toolbox.
Oh, okay.
It's a toolbox.
Okay. All right.
And then, so, going to my family, my great room, friends and
Oh, okay.
I, and
What day was this? Oh, okay.
I think it was like, yeah, she had to with me. And he said to me, he said, did you know that he found his job for Thursday? And I said, what?
Oh, for bowling?
For bowling, I got his softball.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to step out. Hello? Is there anything in there that can help? Huh?
That's not, because he
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
his sock. He said that it's not the sock to his gun. He said there's more.
Okay. All right, well, we can look further into it too. Right here,
He
you know.
goes, yes, he goes.
Oh, well, I guess MDU, you know. So, is there anything else you want to look for or look at or anything?
The boys around here know that Judy likes to see them.
It's the what?
Judy likes to see them.
Oh, on the phone? Okay. Do you know who has the security thing or the camera? Do you know what company? New Vision?
Oh, they're there.
Okay. Do you mind if I reach out to them and see if, I know you said they don't work, I just want to make sure that there's nothing that can tell us about the country from the time, and you know, maybe something will give us a clue. Okay. Do you know what the sensor like shows up as? Like when it goes off wrong or whatever?
think this is the, these things always fall off.
Oh, yeah.
They gotta stay on. And you bring it to my, and it always says to the door open. And then you should never,
It always says door open.
the door closed.
And you know what the name of the door is called? You know, like, it would call like entry door or side door or... Okay.
How many times I said,
I'll just grab my gloves. Would be here? On that? Oh, New Vision on it?
it's not it. Oh, I know where it is.
Where's it at?
It's at that house. Remember, I had you to Rob and then because
Oh, okay.
have
They have to register it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can talk to Rob then.
But,
All right.
so this is the people.
Okay. Well, we can give him a call or give us a call and let him know why they don't have it. Did you? Okay. Is there anything else that we're... I'm sorry, what was it? In back? In the back room? Yeah, but I can go back there again. No. No,
This is plastic. That's why I kept looking at that and I'm saying I wasn't right. The piece of glass is it.
glass is it?
Is it a black book case maybe?
Oh, okay. All right.
But in the back, in the closet, is where everything always was.
Okay.
So,
All right. And no, that's fine. I'll go back to that. That's my job. That's what I'm here for. Is there? I couldn't think of anything else. I'll have to get her phone number so I can talk to her too. Yeah. Does he have anything else going on or anything like that? Did you ever suspect him of having a girlfriend or anything like that?
I asked if it's fun to do it and
Was there anybody else who could have been here before, like in the time that, when you left, is there anybody who would be back here? Not that you know of?
I left and
So it just,
I was I'm sure you can see it. And he's been pretty bad and he's made. It's a time cut. Yeah, he's just a man. Sit down, he's talking. I was a pastor for but I left him.
when did you grab your stuff up?
It was 3:34. I knew he was at that, and Monday
And
night.
was it Sunday or was it?
No, Monday.
Okay.
So he goes Mondays and he goes Thursdays.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I said, I know he was at one, so I came out there and I was like, if he's going to go there, and
Okay.
because that makes sense, right?
Well, yeah.
And this is really like this, and
I'm
I'm
sure.
so cold, and
Yeah.
I can't do
No, you can't. Yeah, I understand. No, I understand. So you just came out?
My friend came out with me. And the thing is, whenever I get emails, my dear friends say that. It's called dear friends, and it would say, you know, when you're the property or whatever, you know. So I will.
Is that something you set up, or?
I don't see what the system is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I don't know.
Okay, so who is your friend?
Oh, Earl.
Okay.
And you can only discuss a few things, and you left. And
Is he just a friend of the family then?
yep,
or?
yep,
Okay.
yep.
Or this is just,
He's the friend of the family, and he came over there, and so I got came on the baskets and stuff, and
he didn't ask any questions about why you were grabbing stuff, or does he know? He knows? Okay.
you know, just like,
How long have you known him?
2 years now.
Okay.
And he knows I have been a friend with that. So,
Okay.
you know, my first started dating, I'm just trying to figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he, like you said, friend of the family, is he, like, in the area, or?
No, he went back home. He's back home in Canada now.
Oh.
So, he's a contractor.
Oh, okay.
So he goes all over, but now he's back.
Oh, okay.
He's back home, so.
So when you decided to come out and grab your stuff, I mean, you just reached out to him for...
Yep, there's a him to help, and he can't with me.
Did he drive all the way from Canada to help?
No, he went to the area for work.
Oh, okay.
So he came out with me and grabbed his stuff, and left him, and he said, I was here for visiting, and I said, sometimes if they bowl, like, I never know if he's had a bowl, I guess it's been, to do with a bowl, it's been called, but he already did it. And then, of course, he met him between the world, and then they both didn't know that he was going to get down stuff.
Okay.
And I just wanted to get in and out, because if you come with that, then
Let's step out of here, okay? This session probably isn't good for us a little bit, so until it gets cleaned up.
I'm not hiding from anybody but him. A year ago, I told him, I want to see him. I can't do something. I'm not into drinking. It's not my fault.
Right.
It's not my fault. I just religion has to stop. You have to be something. It's not my fault. I don't keep thinking I've never really gotten it. And I don't know. I don't do anything. I don't know if you have to fix that.
Yeah.
But it's just like I said, it's not hiding.
No, no.
Even if God doesn't do it, and I got my brother, because go into it a year ago, and you said, you leave me where I went in.
So were you kind of planning on this week being a week to take off?
The 13th, I have to be down in Austin for my interviews and all of that, so.
And then, so...
And like my brother, I was talking to my brother about it, my brother knows, and
Okay.
they just, the plan was, me and my brothers were, just nothing going to pay, and we just wanted to.
Okay. So you're going to Austin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and so, that's what this is, and you have to leave my phone, it's there.
Okay.
There's no secret, there's no hiding it, I have no reason to hide it, it's just never seen anything about it. And even when I was thinking about those two people,
Okay.
And even if it's just like it's just the private, people don't have that, I feel like, that's just stop, I don't feel like it's just stop thinking, and oh my God, I don't understand it. Oh my God.
No, I understand. I'm really sorry, Nikki. Well, and that's what I said. We'll try to figure that out. Yeah, I haven't talked. I know that they're going to plan on doing an autopsy. I don't know when that's going to be all done or what the Wednesday. Okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll finish up here, and then I'll get a hold of Rob so I can get a hold of that music and stuff and figure out what the doors are and all that.
I didn't expect it, honestly. We were at the other house. We never had a problem at all. Our stuff was taken. And we got here, and I don't know if it's a home. Since we fell off, we kind of just come home and the boys did everything. There's no delay on the calendar, and I'm like,
Yeah.
taken back on.
Oh, the little fucking...
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, too much sensor. Yeah, I understand now.
Or
So.
it would beep non-stop, and I was like, what's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand either.
I guess I don't either yet. Where would the propane heater been? You were talking about you said there was a propane.
Well, I think that accurate. He got that way back in the plan.
Okay.
And I said, I think I'm gonna put it together because I can't manipulate it with my fingernails.
Oh, okay, with the long nails.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, we have it.
That's fine. Like I said, I don't want to worry about. Like I said, I just don't know. As we were standing in there, that soot was just falling, and I'm like, I don't think that's probably good for us to breathe.
That was back there because those had that one, and then there was sticky ones in the grill.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll look. Like I said, once we get it, I think I'm going to get some masks and stuff, so we can go through it. So. All right. Well, like I said, Nikki, I'll try to figure out what we may not ever know all of what happens or whatever, but I'm going to try to give you the most information I can. Okay. I know. And like I said, we may not ever know why, but maybe I can give you as much information as I can, So. Like I said, I'll try to close this up here, and then I'll have a guy bring by some masks so I can go in and take a look for that other gun, like I said. Black zip. Okay.
And I said, because I just went back and then this one said, no, it wasn't there.
Okay.
Look at somewhere, but I said, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what time. I don't know.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I never like knew what was them, so.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll do that. I'll get a hold of my tech guy and have him give you a call here as soon as, like I said, I'll track him down. It's crazy Mondays
I know.
for us, so I apologize. I'll make sure it's priority, though.
I think I should be. I think I'm
Are you still at the Bay Bridge? Okay. And that phone number is a good one for you?
Yeah, I thought as long as I have his number, because I did the credit card thing with Apple, and I called him again today, and they're like, so,
All right.
they're being to me about it. I just need to have my phone and just finish stuff on my
Yeah.
side
Yep.
too.
Yep. No, I understand. We like I said, I'll get a hold of him right away, and then I'll get some masks up here and stuff. Like I said, I just don't know if it's good to be in there. I haven't talked to the fire marshal or anything, but I wanted to get you there. And we'll go from there. I'll have him give you a call. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Nikki. I'm so sorry. Are you going to be okay to drive?
My mom's coming up to do too, so.
What? Who is?
My mom.
Your mom's coming up. Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, Rob has, he was to the house, but they had to register everything, so I gave them all the papers.
Register everything.
Because we don't want to home, so they had to have
Oh,
the papers.
gotcha. I see. Okay. Yep. The security. Okay. Thank you. And we can look at that if he's got that stuff, and we can look at the video and the sensors and stuff. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Nikki. And like I said, I'll have my guy call you right away. Okay. And at 9:32, Nikki leaving the scene.
So there were a few things that I'd like to ask you some questions about. The first one was you and Ms. Entzel had talked about seeing a gun sock in the residence. Where exactly was that at?
Yes, that was located in front of the wooden bar area. It was, I'd almost describe it like a roll-top desk more than a bar, but it was located there by the chair.
And which room in the house on State's Exhibit 7 was that bar located?
That would be in the living room area, right next to the hallway leading back to the bedrooms.
Now, she had indicated that there were more gun socks, not just that one. Is that what I heard?
Yes, there was some talk that she had talked to Christopher, that there was a couple other cases, one with a black zip, is what she stated, and something else along that lines.
Had you seen or found those within the residence?
We did locate another black nylon soft style zippered gun case in the back closet. I want to say that there was a pellet rifle or a BB gun in that.
Do you recall finding any empty gun cases or protective socks or bags for guns in the home?
Not to my recollection.
Did you collect that gun sock at that time, or did you come back later to get it?
We actually, after Nikki left, we maintained the scene and then we later retrieved it.
You had also talked to her about some paperwork that she had left for Chad to sign. What was that about?
Yes, in on the kitchen counter, Nikki pointed out a white piece of paper that had highlighting and signature areas. She stated that it was an insurance policy that she was wanting Chad to sign.
And had it been signed?
It had not.
Did you go back, or did you seize that at that time, or go back later and seize that as well?
Like you said, I left it where it was, and then once Nikki had left the scene, we went back in to recover it all.
I handed you States Exhibits 68 and 69. Were those the two items that you recovered from the home?
Yes, they are.
And are they in substantially the same condition as when you seized them?
Yes, they are.
I would offer States Exhibits 68 and 69, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 68 and 69 are received.
So starting with States Exhibit 68, can you show us that and tell us what that is?
Yes. This was actually curled up or kind of piled up on the floor. It's basically a fabric gun sleeve. It was curled up, and as you can see, it's really soaked in the soot. So that night we were due to the lighting and the amount of soot, we didn't, I guess, recognize it as that. It was kind of balled up, if I remember right.
So January 2nd, when you were processing the scene, what time of day or night was that?
I got to the scene at 7:30 p.m.
So it was already dark outside.
Yes.
And according to the testimony of the firefighters, the power had been turned off. Do you know if the power was turned on when you were there?
It was never turned back on.
So what were you using as a light source when you were doing the processing of the house and walking through it?
We had some smaller scene lights as well as flashlights. It was probably one of the most challenging scenes as far as lighting I've ever dealt with, just due to the amount of soot and the smoke damage. It almost seemed to like steal light from the flashlight. You just couldn't get enough light.
So when you were there on January 2nd, you said you didn't notice the gun sleeve. Did you notice the paperwork, the insurance paperwork that she had pointed out on the 6th when you were there on the 2nd?
No, it had been kind of in with other things on the counter, or laying on the counter, I guess.
Okay. Speaking of that insurance paperwork, that States Exhibit 69, correct?
Correct.
And did you note if any of it had been, you said there were some highlights on it, had any of those highlights been marked or signed?
No, none of them had.
And in looking at that insurance form, could you tell what kind of policy that was for, or what that was being signed for?
The biggest thing I saw was at the top of the sheet. It said Interstate Companies Dependent Verification Form. So I was assuming it for some sort of beneficiary for dependents.
And who was listed as the beneficiary on that form?
Well, Chad Entzel's name is on the paperwork and on the top section.
And does it list the beneficiary for that, whatever that benefit is?
It lists two of them, yes.
And who are the beneficiaries listed?
Nikki Sue Entzel and Christopher Hines.
And Christopher Hines would be her son, correct?
Correct.
When you were at the house with her too, I heard you talking with her about Earl and how Earl had come out to the house with her to collect some of her belongings. Was that the first time you had heard of Earl?
Yes.
You had also talked about somebody named Rob. You were going to check with Rob about getting things. Who were you referring to with that?
The landlord of the building, Rob Sadler.
It sounded like you had asked her if there had been anyone else at the house prior to her getting there on January 2nd. Is that what you were asking her, or did I misunderstand that?
No, I was asking if there had been anybody else in the home that she was aware of, and despite the H.A. Thompson, the landlord, herself, the children, and Chad.
And what did she tell you?
No, not that she knew of.
You got a phone call while you were out there. Who'd you get the phone call from?
Deputy Thompson.
And what was the topic of your conversation with Deputy Thompson?
The results of the autopsy.
So after that phone call, you were aware that Chad had been shot twice?
Yes, I was.
So after going out to the house and walking through it again, well, let me ask one more question about that first. In that audio, you can hear a lot of changes in Nikki's demeanor, crying, laughing, kind of wailing. When you described your first interview with her, you said her demeanor was sporadic. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, that was the example. She wasn't able to maintain emotion for any length of time.
Now, walking through the house, you mentioned that there was a lot of soot and there was still soot falling within the home. Did you get any on your shoes when you had walked through the house?
Yes, I think I had quite a bit of soot on me.
You said when you went out to the house with her, she was wearing those black boots. Do you know if she ever changed her shoes during the time she was there?
No.
So what did you do after this walkthrough with Nikki?
I maintained the scene until I had a Burley County Patrol deputy who was able to come to the scene and maintain it for us. I then met with Deputy Thompson and also met with special agents from BCI, as we knew we would need some help with forensics.
And that was the time that you collected the insurance paperwork and the gun sock, correct?
Correct, yes.
After the scene was processed again, what did you do?
I started doing interviews with individuals who knew Chad, who were close to him.
Who did you interview?
Barrett Berg and Levi. Sorry, it's eluding my.
Do you know what relationship he had with Chad?
They were both bowling buddies and dark buddies of Chad's.
After those interviews, what did you do?
After those, I actually contacted Nikki. I spoke with the bowling members on the evening of the 6th. I contacted Nikki in the afternoon of the Tuesday, January 7th, 2022, and asked if she'd be willing to come in and do an interview.
Why did you want to interview her again?
Because she was a suspect in the situation that we had going on.
Counsel, I think you said 2022.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. It was January 7th of 2020. Correction.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was she willing to come in for that interview?
She eventually was, yes.
Did you tell her she was a suspect at that point?
No.
Why not?
It's not real conducive with getting someone to come in and talk to you about it.
Did she indicate if she needed your assistance as well?
Yes.
What did she need your assistance with?
She stated she was having some issues with the insurance company.
Did she say which one?
Not on the phone that I remember.
So when did she come in for the interview?
It would have been January 7th, 2022 in the afternoon.
And where? 2020?
Or sorry, I keep saying 2022. Forgive me. 2020. Been a long time already. Yeah, and she came in the afternoon to the Burley County Sheriff's Department.
And that interview took place in the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, on the second floor where our investigations unit is.
Was that recorded in any way?
Yes, it was.
How so?
We utilized our audio that's in the room as well as the video cameras that we have set up in the room.
How long did that interview last?
Approximately 6 hours and 47 minutes.
And you talked about a lot of different things during that interview, correct?
Yes, it was extensive.
Some of it not relevant to your investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 70. Have you reviewed the recording on that?
Yes,
And it is not your full interview, isn't that correct?
that is correct.
So that recording contains the pertinent information regarding your investigation
Yes.
from that interview.
Yes.
And is that the portions of your interview that are on that recording, is that a fair and accurate copy of the recording?
Yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 70, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no objection to the foundation, but I reserve my right to object to the editing of the audio and video.
All right, the Exhibit 70 is received subject to that potential objection.
Permission to publish at this time, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Time so I can get through this and get it done. Like I said, I cleared my schedule. I might have to jump out to take a phone call here now and then, just because I can't completely hide away. Once again, I apologize so much. I couldn't get back to you. Like I said, I was in court. It just, judge doesn't let me take phone calls or anything, so.
I'm sorry, I just needed.
No, and Nikki, you don't have to apologize for that. I did. And I can't tell you how sorry I am. Okay, that's me. I'm sorry for that. Everything else going okay?
I went to the store yesterday and Kevin said in the car, you look out for him. I don't know.
Okay. Well, Nikki, I don't want to put you through any more than you need to. Like I said, that's why I wanted to do it one last time, so we can get all this done. And like I said, so that way tomorrow after you're done, you can grieve, move on, take care of your family, get all that stuff. You know, and like I said, it's gonna be a long road ahead for you. But I want me to quit harassing, or to bothering you in this process. So this is what I'm gonna write my report off of. To finish this up. Let's just get started. So right away, I just want to make sure I have your name down because I wrote it down on my notepad.
Okay.
But it's the full because I know it's Nikki.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay, let's just take it nice and slow because I don't hear it.
N-I-K-K-I space S
Space or dash?
space
Okay.
S-U-E space M-E-L-I-S-S-A-E.
Okay, so this is.
No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
a M, so I'm my last name now. Last name now. No E, right there.
Okay, all right. Okay, so this is your full first name, Nikki Sue Melissa.
This is my first
Or Nikki
name.
Sue. Okay, so let me just get this so I have this right. This is first. This is middle.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
E-N-T-Z-E-L.
Okay, and did you have a maiden name before
Yeah,
this?
H-E-I-N-Z.
Okay. Alright. Maiden. Spell it
H-E-I-N-Z. Yep.
there. Okay. Alright, and date of birth, just make sure.
2581. 1981, yeah.
Sorry, I keep
It's
that.
okay.
2020 is throwing me off here. Okay, so got that. And phone numbers, just so that I have the new ones, or do you have a new phone number?
I'm using my work number.
Okay, what is that again?
701
That's the one you're calling from,
Yeah.
right? 701-460, remember?
6908.
Okay. All right. Well, Nikki, like I said, I'm going to start all over again, okay? Just so that I have everything, so I understand how the family works. Like I said, this is what I'm going to finish my report off with.
I get it.
So that way I write everything.
Yeah,
Obviously, that's what.
I know what you mean.
Well, like I said, when we talked about this, when there's an unattended death and then a fire and all that, especially like you said, you're already dealing with insurance. So,
I know we didn't get to talk. I mean,
no, we haven't, so,
I talked to the other guy who was really nice.
yeah, Joe, I think that's who you're talking with in the car, but like I said, I'm the guy that's gotta write this big long report, so, and, you know, like I said, you know how insurance companies are, try to get a rough place sometime, they're a pain to deal with, so, I'm gonna try to write this the best I can for you, you know, for the whole situation, so that they have no questions to ask and nothing to worry about here. Let's just start off, who all lives in the house?
And Chad,
What is Chad's middle name?
Alan.
Alan. A-L-L-E-A-N?
A-L-A-N. Only one A.
Okay. Alright. E-N-T-Z.
Mhm.
Oh.
Me.
Oh, yeah, you, okay. I was like, who's me? Alright, so Chad Entzel, Chad Alan Entzel, his date of birth was, do you remember?
3/31/77.
Okay.
And then Marcus, M-A-R-C-U-S. Middle name Michael. Last name Hines. My maiden name. And date of birth
No, go ahead, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
That's great, I almost forgot.
8/10/01. And Tootie, it's not a Tootie, it's
Yeah.
really Christopher.
I'll put it like this, cause that's cute.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's cute, I like that. Christopher, right?
Yeah.
Cause that's how I know
I know, I was
Christopher, I've only known him as Tootie from what we've talked about.
And it's Michael, it's the same middle name, and same last name, Hines.
Okay.
And at the, 10/11/07.
Okay.
And we moved in, we moved in like the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Weekend before Thanksgiving. Okay.
Before Thanksgiving, we had no food.
Okay, hold on, let me catch up on this, okay?
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, I'm just a slow writer. Weekend before Thanksgiving. Okay. Okay, so are Marcus and Christopher, are they biological?
They'd be halves to each other.
Okay.
Or they'd be stepkids to Chad.
Okay.
Me and Chad have no kids together. I can't have any more kids. I have Steve and cancer when I was pregnant with Christopher.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad that Christopher made it okay though, that's great. Right, I mean, you got two angels, how many more do you need, right?
I have boys, you know how that goes. He kind of does.
Yeah, okay. So, alright, not biological, but
Step.
Did he ever adopt?
No, we were talking about it. He was a huge part because he was like for 6 years.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, I'm in the same boat. I have stepchildren too, but I've never known them about anything but mine. You know what I mean? So, we just have never gotten around to it. But,
It's a long process.
it's expensive too.
But we don't look at, you know, obviously the cost, but it's a long process.
Yeah.
You know, and our biggest thing is just, you know, tracking down that issue, you know, because.
Is this the father then, Michael Hines? Or who is the father of them? Are they adopt? I mean, are
No,
they?
he's our mother's dad, just doesn't,
Yeah,
whatever.
my kids have everything.
Yeah, and then he, Ryan, just, we never met, so.
Okay. Just so I know, in case, you know, I mean, like I said, as far, do you have full custody of them?
Yep.
Okay. And what was his name? So you have full custody?
I have because of both of those.
Okay. And what was the biological father's name?
Ryan is Christopher and Henry is Marcus. So right Henry right here,
Okay.
right Henry right here, and right Ryan right here.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
Perfect. All right.
I'm sorry.
And Ryan's last name was what?
Cassia.
Okay. How do I spell that? Any idea? Okay. Kaisea?
Yeah.
K-I-A. Just so I know how to say it. Okay, and then Henry was.
Jones. And I only remember that because we went through a ton of legal battles.
Oh.
Because he was in the military and so we went through the whole battle of the Chinese passport. That's the only reason I remember it.
Okay. All right, and they're out of the picture.
They've never even met.
Okay, perfect. All right. Now, Nikki, what, I know you had your catering business, where else do you work again?
Community Actions.
Okay, so what's the name of your catering business?
Nikki Savory Sweets.
Nikki Savory Sweets.
And I did, it's called North Dakota Cottage Ross. I got to work out of our home.
Oh, okay. So that's just out of your home, you do all
Yeah,
your
you can
baking
do
there?
North Dakota Cottage Ross. And you can
So
also
that
do it
explains
home.
all the big, like 100 pounds of sugar and flour. I was like, holy, they must, okay, and yeah, all right. Well, you said it, I just never put it together, yes. Nikki Savory Sweets, and then also,
Operated underneath the North Dakota Cottage Ross. That has to be disclosed.
okay.
It has
I'll
to
put
be.
that, I'll just write that in when I'm writing the report.
I have to
Dakota College
have
Law.
that on there.
Wow, okay.
Because it means it makes it out of my home.
Okay, so here, I got that.
Okay.
And I'll make sure, I'll even put an asterisk by it, important. No, I'll remember that too. Okay, and then, what was it, community options? Oh, okay. And what do you do there?
It's called Employment Specialist.
Okay.
I work with FTR program. It's like just people wanting to get back into work.
Okay.
They want to go back to work. So it's like you're getting off the system and
So it's for like someone who's gotten out of jail or out of the system of some sort?
that are they say they're living on like welfare.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. All right, and then how long have you been employed there?
Almost a month. Before that, I was at Dixon's.
Okay, a month. So a month from today?
Almost a month. Yeah, it'll be almost a month.
Okay.
And before that, I was at Dixon's.
What is Dixon's?
The hazmat. We're the ones who bring you guys gas. The gas stations.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we went to Central Dispatch Program, so all of us in the outlying offices are losing their jobs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Well, I mean, I guess you got a good start on something that's really helping the community though too, but, so Dixon's, how long were you employed there?
almost 2 years.
Almost 3 years?
Before that, I was at Union.
United?
Moving company.
Oh, United Moving, okay. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with knowing businesses and stuff. I like Grubhub and I like stuff like that. So, all right. Okay, so we've got kind of your history on that as far as your work history. Where have you all lived?
Here in Aberdeen.
Okay.
And then I lived on the East Coast for a while.
Where on the East Coast?
In New York?
Oh, cool. All right, like that upstate? or
Upstate,
the-
yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, and then, how long have you been in North Dakota then?
Just like 2 years.
Okay. All right, and then, obviously, you guys said you just moved into this residence in mid-November. I remember seeing you mention you had lived somewhere else too in
I
Bismarck.
miss that place. I really like living over there.
Yeah, what did you like about that place?
There was nowhere. Mr. Chad didn't like living there.
Why didn't you like that in there?
It was too close to everything. He found the place around 33rd.
Oh, okay.
I like living there. All the Tushy's friends were there.
So that was tough for him.
See, I'm Rick Murphy.
Okay,
Rick Murphy's right there.
okay. I can't think of where that is, I'm not good with
Rick
this.
Murphy.
Is that, I think, what was the closest thing to that?
The Gold Company.
Oh, okay, all right, now I know where you're at, okay. Did you guys live anywhere else in Bismarck or anything?
We lived out on Twilight Road. He liked living up there, but he didn't like all the airport because he had bad allergies.
You didn't like all the what?
All the airport.
Oh, was it a big yard? Okay. All right. Is there any other place that you can think of?
We lived in Mandan for a little bit. After we had to live in Mandan because he sold his place by Willikers, and it sold too fast, and we didn't have a place to move into.
Oh,
So we
yeah.
had to live in an apartment over in Mandan.
That's not the end of the world, but it's good. It's harder when you can't sell a house and then you
Yeah.
want another house. So, okay. All right. So let's go into Chad a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, how did you guys meet?
Through racing.
Through racing?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. We didn't talk about that. So it was.
We didn't talk about that.
No, we didn't get a chance. So that's what I said when I came down to writing this report. I'm like, I really need to sit down and talk
Through
to Nikki.
racing.
Through racing?
Mhm.
Okay. So what kind of racing were you going to?
Circle track, race track, race track.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
was it like, I mean, were you doing the drags or were you doing
No,
top
like circle
fuelers?
track, like here, like,
With the funny cars?
no, like, highway stock, street stock.
Oh, okay, all right, so
So I think, yeah.
my
I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. I don't know a lot about it, but my sister, she married a guy who was into the little cars, the funny
Oh.
cars, the legend cars.
Legends are
yeah.
little,
So
yeah.
he's like a big deal.
They're more in Wishick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they do. I was actually born in Wishick, so. But yeah, she's doing.
Mhm.
I don't know a lot, but I know it's kind of an expensive thing. But
Yeah. All it
she
is.
says, yeah. So you met through racing.
Mhm.
Like how?
I'm just gonna took off from there, just he raced, from West Racing, and
So you raced too then?
I was in racing up and took off from there, and I was in Dean, so we traveled back and forth, and we only got to see each other like twice a month because of my job and his job, so we only see each other maybe once a month, maybe twice a month.
Were you guys dating then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So where did you meet at? Like in North Dakota or South Dakota or?
In North Dakota. Well, we took turns. Sometimes he'd come down to my place, and sometimes he'd come to his place.
Okay. Well, when you met him, and you know,
Oh,
when you started
Jamestown.
Jamestown? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right. And so was he racing or?
He was racing.
Okay. And were you racing too then? No.
He was, and then he raced, like, he would go to Bushwick and race
Okay.
sometimes, and he raced up in Mandela, and he won Governor's Cup there.
He won it?
Yeah, he's won Governor's Cup a couple times.
Oh wow. Okay.
So,
Oh.
yeah, but we traveled back and forth, and then, after a year and a half, almost 2 years of dating, we got engaged at Greenington's wedding.
Who were going to?
Greenington, best friends of his.
Okay.
We got engaged at their wedding, and
Love was in the air, huh?
and then they came with us when we got married in Arizona, and they stood up for us. So
Oh, okay. So, so this is after 2 years. You guys, did he pop the question? Or? Okay.
at their reception.
Oh, okay. Awesome. All right.
And
So how long were you guys engaged for?
a year.
A year. Okay.
And we still travel back and forth. We travel back and forth. Like sometimes they came up here, and sometimes they came in there. It's been a lot. It was hard because of the kids in school.
Oh, I suppose, yeah, I didn't know about that.
Marcus was autistic.
Right.
So it's hard to moving back and forth because of he's so rich with his schedule.
Right.
And then we come up here when we could.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And after we got married, we still apart. Marcus was doing so good in school. And then we went to because he was almost close to graduating. And then we had the place. We had to move on here. Yeah. So, now we did. So I just went from there to even now, all of that.
How? Was that a big transition? I know, I've been through that. It's a transition.
It was different for the boys, different for Chad.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to get him to be home more.
Where was he going?
He needs to go out.
Oh, okay.
He has all his activities he does, so the voice just sounds hung out,
Yeah.
just kind of sleepy in the voice.
Right. With
And then Teresa was bowling.
oh really?
Yeah, he really liked it. He was sitting in the morning because he kept switching teams. And he never was both the same kids, so he didn't want to. He wanted to play more.
Yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
Chad got mad. Anything ever happened because of that?
They're hollering at me a lot more. And I told him it's fine. They don't want to leave me happy. And I guess I'm something else.
Trudy said that, or Chad said? What did he say?
Fucking games, play their video games. Play with them. Treat his friends with them. But spent time with his sister.
Chad did?
The boys did. Christopher did. Me.
Oh, okay.
Because Lori's boys are same age as, well, around the same age as Carter and Carson.
Okay.
So me and Lori became really close, and Christopher hung out a lot with Tootie and Carter and Carson a lot. So we did a ton. I'd pick them up when we go to Sky Zone, or we'd go out there and we'd get together and we'd have cookouts and try to do a little bit of something. Everybody get together to hang out to do something.
So they're close.
The boys are really close.
Boys really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they still are.
Lori's good with the kids too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking this might take, I'll try to hurry as fast as I can, but just in case this takes a little longer, like I said, I just want to be done. I don't want to be anymore. Is there any way you think maybe Lori could maybe grab the kids or stay with them just for a little bit so we can finish this and then we can be done?
No, we'll be done. It'll be okay. We'll get through it.
Okay. Tell me a little bit more about Chad's, your relationship with Chad and his relationship with the boys.
Him and Marcus didn't do a whole lot together. Marcus is older, you know. When I was a kid, they kind of do their own thing, you know. Kind of set their own schedule and do their own thing. Tootie and Chad, I didn't do a whole lot, you know. Tootie wanted to do different things, and Chad has this sports. He does a lot of those different things, and he's gone out of home at least 5, if not 6 nights a week, sometimes more. And if it's nice enough, then they go golfing and trip on more and all that. And I was told him, I said, we should do some more stuff, just me and you.
So is he more active with the boys than he was with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's about the same. He left, it was usually just me and the boys home.
Okay.
Is what it was. And I said, we should just go do stuff, you know? Me and you. Just like, so, you know, the boys are older and they can stay, you know, by themselves for an hour or two. And we could go hang out and he said, what do you promise this person? That he was going to stuff for them, or he was going to go golfing and do this, that, and whatever. And I said, how about we go do something and we can go do some stuff together, just us.
Yeah.
And I said, maybe we can go hang out and do something. I said, maybe just me and you.
Right.
He goes, go far, Bobby. I'm not going far. I'm not being productive. He goes, wait, I just have some hungry. I can't drink with my meds I take.
Okay.
And I said, it's just not Yeah. He was just getting mad and he drank more, he drank mad right there. I said, see the cool and everything, please. But we didn't, we did stuff. He actually come and help me with catering events, and we had a really good time. And
So he was just a different person when he drank.
it's completely different, like night and day when you were drinking and when you drank. And I just told him, I said, please just, I wish you would just stop. Like, I can go to counseling with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can go together.
Yeah.
And I said, you'll get better.
Yeah.
I said, just don't worry about it. Just get better. He told me, he said, nothing wrong. I said, okay. I had to see him with like space.
Yeah.
He's rolling, drinking. It's really bad. I'm going to drink.
When did you start to notice his drinking increase? Like when in your relationship?
He wanted to leave. Tricks of his work. He was not happy there.
When was this?
2 years.
2 years ago? So that's when this all kind of started? When you started noticing it, I guess?
Well, he's always drank our entire relationship.
Right. But when you said it, you said you saw an increase.
Really bad in about 2 years.
Okay. So that's 2 years ago, so about 2018?
17.
Okay.
I said, we can just stop it. I got really bad. And I said, no, stop drinking. So we go places. She would say, you have to make sure you're not this bad. Yeah.
So even the kids noticed?
I told kids, don't worry about it. Just start with somebody else.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, just stop. I said, just move on. And counseling.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about all this stuff.
Yeah.
Just be happy. He just got so bad when he drank. He said, just stop. And he just grabbed on it. And I had cancer. So whatever he grabbed on,
What do you grab? And it started 2 years ago. That's how it started. We started by grabbing him. How much was he drinking?
a case of Crown, a case of Pepper 12 a month.
For 2 years. Oh my gosh.
That's all. Just stop. I still remember. She told me to say, he was really mad or something like he went out, he'd come home, he'd tell her, it was way after bar closed. I was thinking, he's not crying.
Yeah.
He said, I'm tired of somebody.
Yeah,
I
or
have to live
yeah.
with it. And he told me, he said, he's calling. I said, yeah, we got.
Where was he at? Okay. It wasn't like darts or something or anything.
supposed to be there when you stop. It's like, squeeze me so hard. You heard me over pop.
You heard what?
Over pop.
So how was he grabbing you by the arm? Right?
He squeezed me so hard.
How? I'm sorry, I know I'm just right up in a bear hug. And you heard a rib pop. And this was 2 years ago. Okay. So that was, or when, what November was this? You said it was November.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, November.
It really just like to push, shove, stop thinking about it. Please stop.
Did it ever get worse from there, Nikki?
They used to slam my arms in their doors.
And like
In their door.
just a regular house door?
I just, you know, it's really nice to me.
Yeah.
I'm not alive.
Did you ever break a bone or anything?
My feet were broken. My toes were broken a couple times. I just felt like they was taking me there.
Did you ever go to a doctor or anything?
I just kept telling them I fell.
You fell?
So I went to the doctor not this
Because your conditions. Did they ever get suspicious about it or anything?
When the doctor told me, you don't feel what's going on. That one picture, I don't know, did you guys see anything off my phone?
I haven't been able to go through everything. Like I said, that's been me. But I know that you showed me that night a picture of, I couldn't tell if it was an arm. What was that? Your arm.
He said, I know you have one. I told him. He goes, you have to report. He goes, I have to report. I have to report my nurse. I want to make a plan. Just like the other day.
Okay. Who did you go to see?
Dr.
Dr.
Clausen.
Clausen? Where is that Sanford?
Dakota.
Dakota. Okay.
I told him to make a plan. So they, please don't. I feel so, yeah, so. I told, I'm going to go to the gym. Because with my conditions, the more I stay loose,
Yeah.
it helps.
So what are all your conditions again? Sorry about
I have MS, neurodegenerative nerve disease. So all my discs that are degenerating in my body. Even my cancer. And I have anemia really bad. And
Ms. Lawyer, I just asked that it be paused. It's noon, and if I'm reading it correctly, this goes on for a couple hours.
It does, Your Honor.
And so I'm fine with you continuing it if there's a better place to pause in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I just don't want to assume we're watching the next 2 hours.
We can let it stop here, Your Honor, and take a lunch break.
And then after lunch, we'll resume. So we'll take a break if everyone can be back, so we're ready to come back into the courtroom at 1:30. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. We'll let the bailiffs take the jury out. Please be seated. We'll just go on the record to address the bench conference that we had about 11:20 or 11:25. It was with regard to Exhibit 70, which we're watching now. Mr. Glass indicated he'd watched the entire video, but he had not seen the revised video that had certain parts removed. And he indicated he had no objection to the foundation, but having not seen the video, there might be parts that he objected to. And so that's basically why, that's how he made his objection. Mr. Glass, anything else you want to add to that?
No, Your Honor, that's correct. And, you know, I was made aware of that by Ms. Lawyer. She did have a computer issue. That's why she didn't get it to me previously. It was nothing malicious or nothing. So I'm not alleging anything along that sort.
Okay. Ms. Lawyer, anything to add regarding that bench conference?
No, Your Honor, I think that's a complete recitation.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before we take our lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right.
Well, one thing just for the court's planning purposes, when I gave the list of witnesses for today, I forgot to include the time of the videos in, and which is obvious, in when my planning was done. So we're not going to get through all the witnesses I have listed today, so I will do a revised list for the rest of the week as well, just so that we're on the same page.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Till 1:30. Please go ahead and be seated. It's 1:30 p.m. We're returning from our lunch break, opening the record in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, case number 08-2020-CR78. All members of the jury are here. Ms. Entzel is here with her attorney, Thomas Glass, and Ms. Julie Lawyer is here representing the state. Ms. Lawyer, during the break, one of the bailiffs noted to me that a couple jurors indicated they're having a very difficult time hearing Ms. Entzel in the recording. I think we all probably are having difficult times hearing all of it. So I don't know if there's anything, volume being raised or anything, or if there's a transcript that might be provided later, if that would be beneficial.
There is one, and I can provide that later. I don't have it ready and available now, but I did speak with the court reporter as well, and we did look at different volume changes that we could make, and so we'll try that and see if that works.
Okay.
But I will provide a transcript later.
Okay, that's something. Otherwise, I think they may be watching it again in deliberations if they feel the need. I don't know. Just trying to think of, so that's something that maybe before the end of the trial you can work out with Mr. Glass if there's a transcript that the parties agree, track what we're listening to today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So if there's nothing further, we'll proceed with watching the remainder of the exhibit.
And I can't remove my arms, like about here. And my arms go. It's like I'm gonna move it to so I can just walk for a while. And then they do the little dance thing they have there. And that's it. I'll be back. As well as I'm trying to work it. I look up. He was trying to do it for fun. He helped me with my car.
When was this?
Like 3 weeks ago. And
Where was this at?
at Verge.
At Verge. Oh, Verge Fitness. Okay.
Yeah. And so then,
So you saw him. You're on the treadmill and you see him out in the parking lot looking at your car.
yeah. And so then I went home and I said, "You follow me?" He goes, "I don't fucking follow you." I said, "Don't follow me. I see you. I'm pregnant."
Yeah.
I said, "Why do you follow me?" I said, "You have to stop. It's crazy. You have to stop." Yeah, man, he was putting his hands on me. He goes, "I don't know why I do the fucking things I do. Fuck this and fuck that." And he left.
Okay.
And I don't know where he went. And then he came home. And he sat down and had some drinks. And they just would be really quiet.
Did he just drink his drink straight?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mix. It makes me feel. Yeah. I do that. It's like,
You said you'd be really quiet. What?
I just was quiet. Like, I just stay away. Like, say, Sandy's gonna cook something, or one of the boys are when talk to the boys, or I have a ton of training stuff to do, like with work. Sit and do a ton of training and stuff. I go sit and do it just.
Right. No space.
So
that was 2 weeks ago.
and so then his training just got really bad last week.
Like how much would you say it increased?
That would make me drink a whole bottle of Crown. I would drink a whole bottle of Crown and half a bottle of Pepper Salt a night.
And that was for 2 weeks. He drank down the whole.
And this is at home.
Did he go out while he was drinking like that too then?
You just leave.
Really? Oh.
It was nice to me. Then we had Judy's birthday party in October.
You had Tootie's
Right.
birthday party in October? Okay.
Mom, we gotta go find the store here. There's a problem. There's a problem. There's Dad only has 6 beers. There's a problem. No. I said, it'll be okay. I said, at that point, I knew in my head that I had to do something different because I don't want that
Yeah.
for my kids.
Right. So you knew you had to do something different.
I started begging him again. Please go get help. Please stop drinking.
Yeah.
I just got mad when I went to ask him. And then the furnace wasn't working, so he was even madder.
Right.
He just said, my little turn no more. Because I can't, because I'm a voice.
Yeah.
And then Dakota had to sit, so they had to sit in the car. And I said, I can't in their car, the voice.
Yeah. The boys would sleep in the car with you. That'd be hard to explain to them. Yeah, I mean, so did you ever tell anybody about the abuse at all?
I told a couple of friends about it, but for like a minute, I was scared.
Yeah.
Because he told me that they never better leave behind me. Back then, I said, my girlfriend, I have to leave.
Yeah.
He said it's not even that, but Trudy said that really bothered. How would you feel?
Oh gosh, when the kids notice like that, that's, I mean, if it's not apparent to a 12-year-old. So what was your plan?
I started applying for jobs, just different places, and I figured if I went back to oil area, that would be enough money to support me and the boys. And I figured if I find a job, me and the boys just go. Just go. Just
Start new.
Just start new. Just go away. Maybe you would change and get better. Maybe we just start over.
So you didn't know if he'd ever, maybe that would be the thing that changed his drinking, or if that was maybe that was your chance to start over.
I didn't know.
Okay.
Maybe I just would just go. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Well, you can't. I mean, and that, you know.
And then I just, he was so bad. But the friends never, not even mad, but he was mad because I told him I didn't want to live with no more.
Yeah. So did you, I mean, how serious were you on applying for jobs? I mean, did you?
I've applied, and I've had some interviews over the phone.
Oh, okay. Okay. When were you planning on going through it? I know you told me the other day you had, was it an interview?
I was 13.
Okay.
I guess it just, like anything else, it wouldn't tell you how to get a job.
Yeah.
You just have to take it day by day.
Yeah.
And just give it to myself, and then you can, look at the house and look at different, what options were everywhere.
Yeah.
All different places. What I have to figure out what would be best for the boys and
Right.
like what we could get by with. And
So was there a time that you were like, I think I'm gonna, try for this? I know you said you had gotten new phones.
we were, in the process of it.
Yeah.
all the ice storm weather.
Right.
Haven't helped
Packages didn't
anything.
show up, yeah. No, I've
The
been,
Christmas gifts haven't even all the way came yet.
oh, you Amazon.
Christmas gifts
Oh.
haven't even all the way came yet because of the bad weather. Like, we haven't even had Christmas yet.
Well, maybe that'll be a good thing for when this is all over. You know, when we have that news, you know, that time.
Because I was hoping everything would come and we were all this yucky weather.
Yeah.
But I was just taking day by day. And it's gonna. Well, this starts working.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't have any idea when you were going to do it?
I always kept saying I was going to do it. I was going to do it. Then you said you would just maybe just get better this time. Maybe I could just talk about the counseling.
Did you ever discuss with anybody else about it, like his family, to try to reach out or anything? Who did you talk to there?
Sister. And even his sister said when they were in the car with my brother. I was in the car with my brother.
Yeah.
And I was like, my sister. And I told her, all I ever wanted to do was quit drinking. They had a blood secret. She said, I'm abandoning you. That's all we've ever wanted him to do is just stop drinking.
Did she know how much she was drinking? She did.
She said it ran in the family because I asked before.
Did Chad have a dad or anything?
I don't know how long Ernie's been gone. He was passed away before I
Oh, so he's passed away. Okay. Did he? Was he drinking there? Okay.
I know that the uncles.
I'm sorry. Do you need tissue or something? Yeah, just hang tight. Let me grab. Do you want something to drink? Okay. Found some. I don't know who I stole it from,
But I don't know. Because I talked to Lori a couple times about it. And she said that's all I ever wanted. I should have stop drinking.
What was Chad like? What was he like?
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster? Was it just with the drinking?
When he drank, it was up and down. But come home from work, he'd change and leave.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have drinks wherever he went. He'd come home and drink more.
Did he get to work on time and stuff like that, or was he? Did he late all the time or late
No,
or anything?
he always made to work. I don't know.
Oh, I guess yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he left the house or something at some point, huh? Did he ever oversleep or something because of the drinking?
Maybe times I don't know for sure yet.
Okay.
I don't know to remember. So much.
Certainly.
So bad.
He did so much drinking. Your brother was there that night too. Had you ever told him about it before? I remember you had said that you had kind of let him know about it the weekend before.
I didn't really say a lot there. I kind of keep just everything to me. To myself. I thought this is something my brother.
That was
just because he asked me. The boy said something.
okay.
The boy said something.
Damn.
I'm so sorry.
Did they call him or something?
No, they told him and they were up for it was Thanksgiving. I don't remember what holiday it was.
Did you have it at your house then or no?
No, they were up with my brother in Dickinson.
Oh, okay. So you went to Dickinson?
No, the kids were up there.
Oh, okay.
They went up. My mom would come through.
Okay.
I pick up the kids, and they go up to Dickinson. And because my brother has two nephews, He's have two nephews. I have two nephews.
He has two sons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And the boys said something. But he's so for something I'm seeing that.
Right. Did you guys go to Thanksgiving out there then?
We had Thanksgiving this week. He drank.
You drank.
Yeah.
So you didn't even see the boys on Thanksgiving. What did your brother say to you when he told you about the kids saying something?
He said that he just told Marcus that we're going down just to have a happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, so something pretty good. And I said,
That was over Thanksgiving, and you talked to Matt after about that. Did he say anything? Did he need to? Did he want help at all or anything?
Yeah, she said, let me know if you need anything. He took care of his son. I'm sorry for you. If I don't need anything, he said, let me know if you need help. I've always been a single mom, so.
Yeah, kind of used to doing what needs to be done, right? So, all right. So let's move this forward. Let's go back to when did the kids go to South Dakota again?
The 20th.
Okay. And what was going on there?
It was Christmas break.
Okay, but I mean, they didn't want to stay home, or you didn't want to stay home, or what?
They always would go with grandma. They always go with grandma and hang out with grandma, and then they go to Dickinson, hang out there, and then come back, and then we have Christmas here. And it's kind of like.
Okay, so it's a loop.
Yeah.
So, okay, so this is something normal that they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, we had all the shitty storms.
Right, so suppose that put
Yeah,
a damper on the travel.
Yeah.
Did they ever make it to Dickinson?
This is last.
This past time?
Yeah. That was like, because of all the.
In November? Or for Thanksgiving? Or did
They
they
went
make it
to
over
Thanksgiving.
Christmas break?
They didn't end up going for Christmas. My brother got sick, and then the boys were sick, and then we had all the storms,
Right.
and then they went up there with them. They went up Friday, Thursday. They're up there Thursday.
This past Thursday?
They're up there. Not just this last weekend, but
The weekend before? They went up to Dickinson? Okay. All right.
yeah, because of Hadley's birthday.
Okay.
And then that's when they were just gonna
Right.
do everything because of all the storms. They just
Well, yeah.
couldn't get up there. So,
It's been
or just
amazing.
this past week. Hadley's birthday was the first, so whatever this,
Hadley's birthday was the first.
yeah.
So they were going to do it that
This
following
week,
weekend?
yeah.
Okay.
Is that this week? Or something?
No, it's all right. The days have been, especially with these breaks in the middle of the week.
So that was the first time that they were up there and they were gonna just do it and then come home and you're gonna have Christmas
Mhm.
and then go back to school.
Okay. How have the kids been taking it? Do they know?
Because we were taking it really hard.
They sounded like they were close to it. So. I'm sorry, Nikki. It's hard. So let's go first then, and then So, how did this all take place when you left?
So,
Obviously, the kids are gone, so you don't have to worry
the
about
kids
that.
are gone. Monday we got into it Monday about the furnace not working because we had no heat again for Christmas.
Okay.
And I said, I'm done, I'm tired of no heat. I said, there's no heat. I said, I can't keep staying here if
Right.
there's no heat. I said, it's not working for me, for my MS, for my everything. I said, and all the boys when they come home, I
Right.
said, it's so cold. I said, maybe for Christmas we can look out or something. Do something. Maybe. Make money or whatever. I can't stay here if it's not going to be me. He goes, I don't have my own reason of swearing. He started out like there for bullying.
This was Monday? Well, what time was that?
He has to be bullying by. He would have left for bullying. He used to be there by like 6:30. He said, was at work and he would went to bowling. And then I came home when I knew he would have been gone at bowling.
So you guys had the argument
Earlier.
before bowling. Was it
It
like,
was earlier in the morning.
so it was in the morning?
It was early, yeah. And
Did anything become physical at that point?
no. Yeah.
Was it a long fight? I mean, or would you just?
No. I told him, I said, done. It was an out. I wasn't going to give opportunity. And I left.
So-
I can't do the no heat.
Right. Is this before work or is
Yeah,
this?
before work. I said, I can't do the no heat. I can't.
Yeah.
I said, maybe after Christmas. And go someplace. Do something. He was mad. I just heard him left. So then I came home when I knew he would be home.
Where did you go?
Just went out and drove around.
Oh, so you didn't have to be at work that day? Monday?
Well, I was at work Monday. I was at work all day Monday.
Oh, okay. I thought you said this was Monday that you guys got in the argument before work.
It was before, yeah, because then I left and went to work.
Oh, okay.
And then I came home when I knew he wouldn't be home. And he grabbed some stuff and left. And then we messaged. Later I told him there was paper on the counter when he was signing that paper.
Yeah.
And he had some stuff in there, bullied. Whenever he had his bed, I told bullied. That's what it is. I have a good day. Stay away. Stay away. And I don't know if the furnace isn't going to work. What's really cool coming up? Tuesday I was working.
When you came back, what did you get?
Clothes.
Clothes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you normally have your meds with you and stuff like that?
Yeah, I always carry them in my purse.
Okay. So.
Monday when we had gotten an argument, one of the things that he was down on good night bowling. Because he just said 700 series or 760 series, whatever it's. I don't know. It's so.
Okay.
He goes, they don't have a good night. He goes, you're calling in for us both. We're playing drinking games.
When did he say that?
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
And I said, no. That's what I heard from that.
drinking games?
Who drinks it? I'm sorry. That's my little thing, because my heart is so, I got up on to work Tuesday. I called it.
When you went back, you said you had some clothes. You didn't need meds or anything.
No, because I went first.
And when we were talking yesterday, you said you had a friend come
My
with.
friend come with me, and we heard her grab stuff real fast. We were in and out. It didn't take very long. I just grabbed some pants and like 2 laundry baskets of whatever I could throw in the laundry baskets. And half of it was dirty because.
Yeah, you're not really thinking in a situation like that to grab. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start if I was going to hurry. I mean, how long? I mean, yeah.
I think we were there for maybe 30 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
30.
So that was
I just
quick.
remember, yeah, because I never know if he's gonna bowl what's called like a empty camera. I don't know what they call it, like when you don't, when there's nobody to bowl against, so then it can go real fast.
Yeah.
And so I just wouldn't go, so
Oh.
Tuesday morning, got up and
Who is your friend?
I went for a while.
Earl?
Never moved for a while. And
See, is he a neighbor or something, or what?
no, we just met through the area. I just ordered food like anybody else and started being a repeat customer and
Okay.
hanging out and being friends with us and
Yeah.
everything else and
Oh, so Chad knew him too?
yeah, just
Okay.
became friends and
What did he think
Kids
about
know.
this then?
he was so sweet to me. He said, "You're better than that." He said that he goes, "I can't tell you how to run your life." He goes, I wish you always the best, He goes, you don't want to see nobody get hurt, so.
Yeah.
And then Tuesday, I was at work, I had just got done with a meeting with the client after the time. I guess, I heard, holy, this
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
heard
so sorry.
gas. This one time, he wanted to play drinking games, and I did. So I went to work one other time. He found out, and he ended up going to work, and he came to my work. And so I called him, and
Nikki, I'm sorry. Start over. I didn't hear that part.
So Tuesday morning, he got up and went to work, and I was busy with the client. I looked at the clock, it was close to 8 o'clock.
It was close to what?
8 o'clock.
Close to 8 o'clock? Okay.
And I said, oh, I'm ever calling, and he told me, they didn't want to show up at my work.
Because that had happened before. Do you remember when that was?
When I worked, I went at Dixon's.
Okay.
He showed up. And so I called him and said, he wanted me to call in. And they said, okay. So I hung up and I went about my day. After work, I went back to the hotel
And which hotel is that?
in Seabridge. Where we're at.
Where is that at?
Over by, I call it the Gateway Mall parking lot.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's what I call it.
Yeah.
So, did that and didn't really do much of anything. After I done working with all my medical stuff, I'm just kind of,
You didn't lift it down.
I just decided I was going to just give him some space. Give him some time, and then Wednesday, I was supposed to get up and look at the boys. And we had that awesome ice storm.
Yeah.
And so I was on and off the phone with Mom all day. I said, well, my happy body doesn't find nowhere. I said, there's clouds on the roads and everything else, so
Yeah.
I said, stay here and do nothing. And then
So you didn't do anything for New Year's at all or anything?
I thought into,
Yeah. I just didn't know.
yeah,
So.
no. And then Thursday I got up and went to work, just like any other day. As I said, because it was nuts.
Yeah.
It was like running from like the minute I entered in the door,
Yeah.
and then a phone number came across my phone. I didn't know who
Mhm.
it was, and then I got a client, so I answered, and it was Cole from his work. And he said, Chad didn't come to work. And I said, I don't know. I said, I haven't been home for a few days. I said, I can't get away.
Mhm.
I said, I have a super busy day. I have clients all day, and I said, you know, can't take people to your home.
Right, yeah. Well,
And I said, I'm sorry, I can't get away. I said, I tried calling, text him, and he goes, will you let me know what you find out? And I said, yes. So I tried to call him, tried to text, I didn't hear anything back, and I had to get ready for my next client. And then he sent me a message saying that they had run out there and his truck was there, and he didn't answer. And I just said, you know, I would get away as soon as I could, but I just couldn't. And then I had my meeting at work it starts I think at 4 o'clock. We have our 8-a-day meetings.
Oh, okay.
You know, and meetings. And after that was done, I headed towards home at 5 o'clock. And they said, I opened the garage door, the other car, it smelled funny. No. I didn't know because it smells funny out there. I walked up the door. I couldn't get in the door. I looked in the window and I see all the black. So then I called you guys. You guys came.
Okay. Well, like I said, then we kind of talked from there. When you got there, I mean, you said you saw the smoke at the
It
door.
smells smoky. I know I can see the wash machine and dryer were all black.
Okay.
I can see in the glass right there. They said they were all black, and I couldn't get in. And it smelled a little bit like smoky burn.
Yeah.
And so I called you guys.
Right.
And you guys came. And then you guys came out. And I heard before you said I wanted to go away. Told me I couldn't go in.
Yeah.
And you guys were bringing him out.
Yeah. I think that was probably the firemen, I think, that said that. They didn't know what they had, if he was alive or what, but. Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah.
Come out.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a bad memory. It's gonna be okay. Are you staying with family or anything right now, or are you still at the hotel?
I'm still at the hotel.
Yeah. Are you doing okay there for finances and stuff and everything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But why?
Well, and that's what I want. That's okay. That's what I want to do.
Hello? I'm talking to the sergeant. I'm talking to the sergeant.
Do you want to see if she can grab the kid and we can finish up? We got
Okay.
a little bit left.
No,
here.
bye. She's on the road.
Okay. And that's what I want. That's what I'm trying to go through too and figure out why. So,
You're doing okay though as far as finances and stuff for the hotel and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been renting that hotel?
I stayed there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the insurance is paying now since the 3rd.
Oh, the insurance is paying it. Did you pay for the room before that?
Yeah, just
Okay.
a couple days.
So you just put that on like your credit card or something, or did you? Yeah.
Yeah. But I just want to know.
Do you need anything to drink?
No.
Okay. And like I said, I was gonna put as much work into this as I can for you, Nikki, to find out. You know what I mean? Did you see anything when you went back, to the house? Anything weird or anything like that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think when you took me out there very well. Like, I pointed out those videos, but
You pointed out those what?
there's a few things that didn't belong where they belong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Yeah. I'm sorry, Nick. It's supposed to be a lot. I'm sorry, I guess what I meant was the night you went back with your friend to grab stuff, was there anything that was different or out of place?
And he's in close, he just ran and threw me some basket and we left.
Okay. Do you know at that time was the furnace working?
I had a coat on, or that sweater,
Okay, good.
so
Yeah.
I just grabbed stuff and we left, and I hate that furnace.
Tell me, okay, we have the video, but who all came to try to fix that thing?
A.J. Thompson, twice?
Okay, when, was that right when you moved in? What was the time frame on that?
I don't know, but we can call him.
You didn't call?
I called them.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't call, and I'm like, well, did
I
you show
called,
up?
I called them.
Okay.
So, and then, so they'd know,
Yeah,
and then they'd tell you whatever they fixed, because
okay. Yeah, so, but, I mean, I'm just saying, when did they come to try to fix this thing? Was it like November, December?
they
What
came
was
right
it?
away.
As soon as you moved in. So you had troubles with this furnace right then?
Yeah, we had one heat Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right, yeah,
We had one heat Thanksgiving.
okay.
And it was just after, it was just repeated that. And it always did that thing I showed you.
Yeah, the video. So it did that even after HA was there twice? So they came in right away in November, and then when did they come again?
We have to call them.
Okay. I mean, do you remember kind of the time? Was it a long time after you moved in? Not long after you moved in? Because that's, I want to know more about that furnace too.
It was like, well, I don't even think it was a week. It was maybe a week and a half. I don't think it was 2 weeks. It was always going out.
Yeah.
And don't get November. Then the landlord came out and messed with it a couple times. Came out and messed with it. I don't know what he did. And he died going.
Did they ever say anything was wrong? Did they replace parts? How much was your bill?
I don't remember if I don't have to go. $100, but it's around Thanksgiving I didn't get yet, so now it was expensive.
Right, because the service call was a holiday under that.
But and I don't know what the landlord did the day he came out. He said he was talking to somebody and they were telling him what to do. So
Oh, okay.
I don't. He had it all taken apart, and I don't know. He's not a
Mechanical guy?
well. He's not a furnace person.
Yeah.
I don't.
So the landlord was out there once or twice working on that furnace?
Once.
Once? Okay. When was that?
It says on my phone.
Okay, I'll have to look into that.
It's just on my phone.
Was it, do you remember, was it like before or after Christmas?
Before.
Before Christmas? Okay, so it's been a little bit,
Okay.
but not that long.
No. We haven't, no.
Right. No, I'm just trying to figure out how this furnace seems
This
to be
furnace is
an issue.
issue. I would never see going, he always, well, then I was telling this one. It's a, well, I'm just gonna flip switch, and I said, it work, we have no.
Who was gonna flip a switch?
Landlord.
Like a switch on a furnace? Okay.
And then, you know, I'm just gonna do the same thing they're gonna do. But when we have,
Yeah.
when I sent that message, it was like 1 in the morning.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a video.
I was told her, is that fair? I have little kids.
Yeah. How much were you guys paying for rent?
$12.50.
$12.50.
And that didn't include, we paid everything else. You know, like that was just that.
Just for the rent?
Yeah.
So you paid your own utilities?
Mm-hmm.
You paid your own electric? You paid your own water, all
Mhm.
that?
Mm-hmm.
So you paid $12.50 for a house with no heat? Did, so you guys, when on those cold nights with the kids, you would sleep in the car? Okay.
I was always scared because I had a car running.
Yeah. I think I understand the furnace, or at least I have enough to look at there. So we had talked just briefly on the phone one time about Chad, if he was right or left-handed. And I remember you said he was, how did he put it? I'm trying to remember. It was
He used to say he could shoot wrong-handed and he could shoot right-handed.
he could shoot right or wrong-handed?
Yeah. Sometimes he said it was hard to teach 2D. And this 2D shoots. 2D's right-handed. And he shoots archery right-handed.
Okay.
And he said Dad said sometimes he can't show me how to shoot because sometimes it's easier for him to hold wrong-handed. And Chad even goes, sometimes I hold wrong-handed. That's what they always called it, was wrong-handed.
Yeah.
And he goes, sometimes I shoot right-handed. And
So when you're saying shooting, is it basketball or is it like shooting a gun?
no, when they would go out and shoot pelican, or he would always let him and Tootie would always go like after Christmas, and they'd fill up the gingerbread house with tannerite, and then blow it up, or go shoot pellet gun.
Yeah.
And he said sometimes it was hard, because he said sometimes it felt more comfortable to shoot wrong-handed, and sometimes it felt more comfortable to shoot right-handed. And I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't do anything with it, so I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know she goes, sometimes, yeah, it's mad, because it's hard for him to show me how to shoot or hold the gun, because he says he holds this gun different. And I said, I don't know, Mr. Garrison, maybe just be okay.
Was Chad someone who got frustrated easily? Okay. So yeah, he was. He was a person who would be, okay.
And I said, I was told this man, just be okay.
What was his normal habit when he go to bed? I mean, did he
Drinking in bed.
he would drink in bed?
He always had beers by the nightstand and whiskey bottles in the nightstand, and glass with whiskey on the nightstand, and beer cans. Sometimes he would put up in the nightstand, and sometimes he used to do in my room.
Yeah.
There was between like
Here, just Let me just draw it on the back of this.
Right here. Here's the wall. Here's the bed. And the bathroom.
Okay.
Which I make sense because here's where the wall. And put beer cans here, and they stand, and bottles with inside, and they stand in the cans lying against here. And then he always had glass up here. And sometimes he put the cans here, but sometimes he just let them.
Sure.
And sometimes they'd be in the bed. But usually it always dropped on the floor.
Okay. Which side of the bed was Chad's?
This side, but sometimes if I decided I wanted to sleep in the middle,
Yeah.
he slept on
Either side.
either side.
Okay.
Because I sleep in the middle, and he goes, well, you sleep on either side then.
Okay.
But sometimes he goes, he can get up and go pee, and then he wouldn't have to start his fucking toe.
Did he shower before bed or anything like that, or was that his normal thing?
He always showered before bed.
Okay. Did he sleep with pajamas or anything?
Nope. Naked.
Okay.
Once in a great while of like, well, not, when we first were together, he'd sleep with boxers on, not knowing if the boys were coming around.
Right.
But, and he'd always sleep naked because he'd always do the naked dance at me.
What's that? Actually, you know what? I don't want to know. It doesn't sound, unless it was something. Did he? I'm gonna let you tell me if that.
Well, showering. Stands behind his back and kitty feet in front.
Okay. So you normally you slept naked then? Okay.
Because sometimes he slept on his side and sometimes he slept on his side, just depending.
Okay.
Depending on if the pillow felt right and if I was hugging too much of one side.
Did he sleep with the door open or closed?
When the boys were gone, we always slept with the door open.
Okay.
And then, but there's times too when we slept with the door closed. I guess it
Wasn't a big habit.
was.
Okay.
The boys didn't come down to her. I mean, they didn't come down. If they did, they always hollered for me before
Okay.
anything else.
Where did the boys sleep?
So here's the hallway,
Yeah.
right, coming out. And here's my changing room.
Okay.
Here's bathroom. Here's the other bathroom. Here's my changing room. This is Tootie's room.
Okay.
And Marcus is downstairs.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense then. Okay. And then, were there? I know you said you weren't a gun person, but were there any guns in the house? I know you said
Yeah.
there was.
I don't know how many for sure. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Like I said, whatever you can remember or whatever you know is
I
good.
don't know how many for sure.
Okay. Where were they kept?
In our room.
In your room. Okay.
Because I told him I wanted him to have a seat. He told me no.
Oh. So the guns were kept in the room.
In the closet.
Where was the ammunition kept?
I was always supposed to be out by Tootie's ammunition. I was always supposed to be out in the closet. And the entryway is where it was always supposed to be, but a lot of times he always would take me to the bathroom. To the bedroom.
Okay.
And I always told him that I don't want it back there. So I don't want to sleep. Bothers me. I think that would be the hallway. He told me.
Tell you what, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a water. Would you like a water?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay. Nikki, you knew Chad the best.
Yeah.
What do you think happened here?
Everyone has bad days. Everyone has bad days. You before I told you that. I told everything. Please tell me before. We had an argument, so I told him to stop drinking. He says, I don't know, he always wants to tell me what to do. And that day I told him I was upset and hurt by him following me. He says, I don't fucking do anything right. Maybe I should just go fucking away. He would say that different times. Maybe I should just fucking away. I never played into it. He goes, I don't know what's wrong with my fucking mind. I said, fucking go someplace. And different times she said, I'm gonna go ask my mom. And I said, okay. I said, we can go to Kelsey. That's pretty. When you didn't drink, you were so nice to me. When you didn't drink, you were so different.
What do you think happened here?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, Nikki.
I don't know. I miss you so much.
Right. Well, Nikki, you asked me why.
I just want to know what
Right.
happened.
Right. Well, I don't know why yet, but I do know how.
Oh.
Okay. So, yeah, absolutely. So, Nikki, obviously when we go through something like this, I don't know if you watch TV much or anything, but
I don't watch TV.
we're able to do a lot with digital information.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to get information off of cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to track the location of those cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to go back and pull surveillance video. Even sometimes if someone has turned it off or if it doesn't work, we can still recover that.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to basically go through that scene and find tiny little things
Mm-hmm.
that the naked eye doesn't see.
Right.
We have a lot of new technology that we can do a lot of stuff with, and I pulled no stops on this one,
Right.
as you asked me why,
Right.
and I wanted to find out for you. So we can do all that, and like I said, we can track all those cell phones. So we can go back, we can look at camera footage from the area of vehicles coming and going. I'm going to say that Chad's death was not an accident.
What? Mm-hmm.
Based off of all of the information that I've gathered, Chad's death was not an accident.
I don't understand.
Well, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about, and I wanted you to hear it from me, going into this. Like I said, we have pulled so many resources in on this, and we have used so much technology on this. We know how this happened. And Nikki, I think you know how too.
I don't. That's why I asked you. I don't know nothing.
Chad did not die in the fire.
Okay.
Okay.
Chad was killed by a gunshot.
What?
Yep, he was killed by a firearm.
What?
Yeah. We did an autopsy on Chad, and there was no soot in his lungs or in his throat. And that tells us that Chad was dead before the fire started. Okay. There was also a gunshot wound to Chad. Or there was gunshot wound to Chad. And that happened before the fire. Yeah. So, is there anybody you can think of that's involved with this? Do you know who's involved with this?
No. I don't know.
Do you know anything about do you know anything about Chad's death?
No, I don't.
Okay. Like I said, we did find the gun on scene.
Sorry, it's not my phone. I don't know what it would be.
It's okay. I think we need to finish with this anyway. So, is there anybody else who's been in that house?
I don't know who would come, in and out of the house. I mean, I don't know who would be in and out. I don't know who would come. I don't know who would come in and out of the house.
Okay. Was there anybody else besides, was it Earl with you when you came back?
Nope.
Did you ever see anybody in the house when you were there? When you came back?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay.
I said we ran in on the house.
Right.
I said,
So, you see, how long were you guys in the house?
at max maybe 30 minutes, maybe for them to say. I know it was 8:30 something.
Yeah.
And we left.
Nothing happened when you guys were there? When you guys came at 8:30? When you was Chad at bowling then? Okay.
That was his house.
Okay. So you didn't see anybody there? Nothing seemed out of place?
I didn't pay attention. I just ran. I ran in and ran out, and that was it. I just grabbed my stuff and left.
Okay. Who is Earl to you?
I've known him. I said he bought stuff. We became good friends. And he's hung out. We all know him. We, joke back and forth. We,
Nikki,
we all met back and forth.
it's okay. You can tell me if were you guys romantically involved or anything? No? Okay, so
No.
you weren't boyfriend or girlfriend or
No.
anything?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm married.
I know, but I just with all that going on.
No. I'm married. He's married.
Oh, he's married.
He's married.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's married. I said
All right. So, did you tell Earl about the abuse or anything like that?
he saw the bruise marks, a couple times, but he just said, I wish, wish you guys the best. I wish,
Did he ever seem angry by it?
No. He goes, I'm not getting involved in it. So, you guys, do your own thing and, figure it out. And, I told my brother knows about the abuse, and he said if there's anything he can do to help me, he would. And
Nikki, Chad was killed. Chad was murdered. It's not a suicide. There were multiple gunshots.
No.
Yes. So like I said, I know how. I just need to know why.
No. No.
Is there?
Why would anybody? Why would anybody do that?
I don't know, Nikki, but that's what I want to find out. So why would that happen to Chad?
I don't know.
Nikki, where did you go after you guys came back from bowling? Or after you came there when Chad was at bowling?
We went back to the hotel.
Who's we?
Well, he helped me carry the stuff in.
Huh?
He helped me carry the stuff in.
Who did?
Earl.
Oh, okay. So you came back to the hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened then?
You said the hotel?
Just you and Earl?
Mm-hmm.
For help?
We were there for a minute. Well, I stayed in the room and he went and stayed in his room, I assume.
Okay. So you guys had separate rooms? Okay.
I went to sleep. I don't know. So
Okay.
after I'm done with work, I'm pretty much in good shape. I had my stuff going everywhere and baskets stolen. That was it.
So Earl spent the night in his room? But you didn't know where he was? Or you didn't know if he left after that or anything like that?
I don't think he did.
Okay. Nikki, we also have the ability, we have the video from the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I know you came back with Earl.
Right.
And like I said, I need you to be, honest with me on what all goes down, because I'm trying to figure out, I know how. I need to know why that Chad was murdered.
I just want him back.
I know.
I just want him back.
I know. Nikki, I can't change what happened, but I can explain how or why. I know. What? So, Nikki, you need to be honest with me. Did you and Earl stay in the same room?
Well, in his room, I was inside the bedroom and he was out in what do you call it, the other room.
The other room? I don't know what you mean.
Like the main room.
The living room?
Mm-hmm.
So you guys have one room?
My room, but it's like you come in and it's a room, like it's a living room and then it's a bedroom. You have to pull out.
So we know that, Nikki. We know when you guys came, when you guys went. So I'm asking because I know you're a good person. I mean, just talking with you, you've been through so much. I just need to find out why. I know how. I know when. I know where.
Do that.
Nikki, did you have anything to do with Chad's death?
No, that's a terrible thing to do.
Okay. Do you know if Earl would have anything to do
No, he wouldn't.
with Chad's death?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone else you could think of?
I can't think of anybody. I don't hang out with anybody I go with. I don't know.
Where does Earl live?
He's back home in Canada.
He lives in Canada?
Mhm. He's a project manager, so he travels around.
When did you guys rent the room?
It was on Sunday. Sunday he would rent it in.
Sunday he would have rented
Mhm.
it? Nikki, you said you didn't get into a fight till Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you rent a hotel room Sunday?
Well, he was coming to town.
Okay. So who rented the hotel room?
Earl did.
Okay. And so had you talked to Earl before you rented?
Well, I knew he was coming to town.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew he was already coming to town.
Okay. So when did you talk to him and discuss?
Monday, and I told him we got into a fight, and he said he could hang out on the couch and I could come there, crash for a few days. Just so thank you.
Okay. So Monday night. That's the night you got, or that's the day you got in the fight.
Mhm.
It's the day you went back from when he was at bowling.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were at the house for about 30 minutes, right?
I think that's what it was, 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. I know we carried out some stuff in laundry baskets.
Okay. So after you left the house with the laundry baskets,
Mm-hmm.
tell me everything that happened.
We went back to the hotel, we carried in the stuff, we stayed in, and then he asked, I was really thirsty. He asked if I was doing alone, and I said, I couldn't sleep, because I was really upset. I said, so we walked around, we just talked for a while.
In the hotel or what?
Mm-hmm.
The hotel room? Okay.
I don't know.
And what?
Just told me, I'm lost. I don't understand. Just don't understand.
What don't you understand, Nikki?
I don't understand why a lot of things, why he just won't go to counseling with me. All that. Just,
Did you guys ever leave the room that night?
I don't remember. My brain is so full of everything right now.
So you don't remember if you left the room Monday night?
I don't remember. There was smokes. So I mean, if we left him, went outside and he smoked. He does smoke and he can't smoke in rooms.
Nikki, I've looked at the video. I know you left that night. I want you to be as honest with me.
I know we did. We went to Candy Cane Lane.
Where's that?
Just up by, when you go up the vibe. Because all those houses at the whole lane is full of Christmas lights.
Okay. What time did you guys go there then?
I don't remember what time I went. I couldn't sleep. I don't remember what time I went. I talked to Chad, it was 10. I don't remember what time I went.
Do you think it was it shortly after you talked to Chad?
I don't remember. There's something in there. I don't remember what time I went. Then we went after because I wanted to show him. Didn't sleep and I said, I want to see Christmas lights. Before they go take them down. So I don't get to see them this year.
So Nikki, something we commonly do to just track everybody where they're going or if they've been there. We get all the video from cameras that are in the area on the routes they would take.
Mm-hmm.
So I've already pulled some of that video.
Okay.
So I know that you guys left the hotel.
Okay.
And I know you guys went somewhere. Did you, when you went to Candy Cane Lane, did you ride with Earl?
Mm-hmm.
What did you drive in?
I don't remember what vehicle we were in.
What does Earl drive?
A white truck.
A truck. Just a second here. Nikki, this is Joe Aarons.
Hi.
He's with Bureau of Criminal Investigations.
Yeah.
Hello.
And
I have to go soon.
So I wanted to come in, and we knew that, so we wanted to get me in here as soon as we could. Then, sorry, I had some other things going on too, so I missed a lot of apparently what you've been talking to him for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess at this point, you know, I've reviewed everything.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing you need to be doing right now is you got to be honest about everything.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of information. I was at the crime scene. I helped process the crime scene. That's kind of what my thing is on a lot of this, is the processing and analyzing of things. And all I do is criminal investigation.
Right.
So I know you've been talking to him and told him some things. Some of that I can tell you right now is not true. I know we have video, like he said. We have when you're coming and going from that room. But I think that some of it you just need to explain a little bit better, maybe. Like for me, I missed out on some. What's your relationship with Earl?
We know each other. Like I said, he first bought cookies, and from there when he came into the area, I've went and catered or cooked for him before, and we've more so developed a joking relationship. He's hung out with my kids. I've met his daughter.
Have you met his wife? You said he was married,
Yep.
right? Okay.
No, I've not met his wife. No.
Okay.
No.
So what was Earl doing in North Dakota?
He's coming here he's got a couple project manager jobs that he's coming to scout and all that, so.
Okay, all right. And Chad knows Earl?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Are they friends?
They've met, they've hung out, so he's came over and, I guess it's been pretty much anybody that comes over, my thing is you come over, you order from me, you pretty much already have free reign to come to the house and have a bite to eat and.
Order from you? What do you mean order from you?
I have a catering business.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right. So Chad knows Earl.
Mm-hmm.
They get along?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then I understand you were staying at the Stay Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you were staying with Earl?
He had already had a room there, and I told him, I was upset Monday, and I said, I just need some time. The furnace isn't working. It's a forever ending thing. I said, I told Chad, I said, I can't keep doing no furnace working. I don't want to be here. I said, it's been out pretty much since we've been living here. And I said, I don't want to be here. I said, we had an argument about his drinking, and at that point I said, I just left. I did to work. I worked Monday, obviously, and then Earl came out to the house with me. We grabbed some stuff and we left.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what did Chad think of you going and staying in a hotel room with Earl?
And said nothing different than said we went to Texas. I went
Who's
to.
we? When you say we, you said we went to Texas. So who's we? You and Chad, or you and Earl?
Me and Chad went to Texas,
Okay.
and then them. But I went over to the cities and shopped. I met Earl and his daughter over there, and hung out for a weekend and
Okay, but
talked to Chad. Talked to Chad every night.
What did Chad think of you going and staying in a hotel room with Earl?
Didn't do anything of it.
Chad didn't think anything of that? Really?
No.
I'm a married man myself. He's married. That would not fly with I don't know any guy that would fly with that.
I guess I
Would go
don't.
stay. What would you have done if Chad had went and stayed with Earl's wife in a hotel room while you stayed home? Come on, let's
it's
be
not gonna-
realistic here.
They said we went to the cities and we hung out. You know, it was me and Earl, and I talked to Chad every night.
Yeah.
You know, and
Uh-huh.
you know, FaceTimed it. I mean, just had fun. You know, we hung out. I got stuff from him when we were there. We, you know, I talked to the boys. We did different things. I mean,
So, do you and Earl? It's more than just a friendship. I mean, there's definitely a romantic relationship there, right? Okay. So, if I told you that we had some information from some of the apps on your phone that says differently, what would you say to that?
and we can say anything.
Huh?
You know, we can talk back and forth. I mean, we've talked back and forth and said, you know, yeah, I think he's, you know, super nice person. He thinks that, you know, I'm super beautiful, and, you know, I like hanging out with him. I miss him when he's not around. I don't have a whole lot of friends to hang out with. I don't go out. I don't hang out. I'm not big into the drinking scene. I'm not big into all of that, you know, so when we get together, we hang out. We, sit and talk, we do this, that. As somebody, I like it. I can tell him, I love him. I mean, I love when he gets together. I love when he comes to town. We hang out. We do this, we do that, and, you go hang out. You spend time together. You do whatever, and, it's different things, things that, Chad won't do with me,
All right.
So
is it a romantic relationship? I guess that's what I'm asking.
No.
You. Okay.
no,
Not at all.
I do. I love Chad.
I don't doubt that at all. And part of the reason I'm in here is, like I had said, I saw the crime scene. We have all the evidence to kind of know what happened here. And a crime scene like that and what happened to Chad could have been done by someone that could be construed as a monster, or it could be someone that, if they had a reason for that, but it would need to be explained. Otherwise, it's going to look like it was done by someone who was a monster. And that's that. It was a fairly brutal scene. I mean, Chad, like he explained, had been shot, and then the house was on fire. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Okay, what don't you understand?
I miss him a ton.
I believe that. I have no doubts about that. But I'm going to be straight up with you. I believe that you know what happened, and I think it's in your best interest to just be honest with us about what you know. All right, so we can tell me about then what you did when you showed up around 10 after 1 in the morning, you and Earl.
Where?
At your house. Did I forget to tell you that when you tried logging off of the camera system, it didn't actually log you off and put you in that privacy mode and kept recording? Yeah, it did.
No.
So, yeah. So help me explain this. That's what I'm here to do, explain.
I went out.
You went out where?
Around the house. I wanted to get my meds.
Mm-hmm. But you said that you keep your meds in your purse.
I know, but I needed more meds.
Okay.
I have a patch.
Uh-huh. Okay, so tell me what happened when you guys were out there. Because it was you and Earl. It's on video.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't find it. I had my extra patches in there.
Patches? Just medication
Yeah.
patches?
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't find my patches, so then it's called that.
I'm not gonna go in the house and think around. I usually
Yeah.
have them out, so.
Mm-hmm. So you couldn't find them, so you left? Okay.
Cause I have them, I always set them on a stand. There's that stand when you first come in where there's the crock pot.
Mm-hmm.
And so I left. I said, I can't find them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm not gonna dink around.
So what happened when you guys were in the house? Because Chad was there at that point.
Jack was up drinking.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find him and said hi and how much of anything. So we were drinking and so we left the stuff in the
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the only problem with that, Nikki, is you guys were there for an hour and 40 minutes.
I know I couldn't find my patches.
You didn't look for your patches for an hour and 40 minutes while Chad sat there drinking. Look at me, Nikki. You did not look for your patches or your medicine for an hour and 40 minutes while Chad sat there drinking. Did you?
I couldn't find my patches.
I understand that. I believe that.
Dinking around in the kitchen and
Doing what?
I put all the little dishes in the dishwasher
Okay.
and I hit go.
Mm-hmm. And what was Earl doing during that time?
Talking to Chad and he asked if we were ready and I said, I'm ready.
And where was Chad at?
In the living room.
Okay. And Chad just sat there drinking and him and Earl just sat there and talked while you looked for your meds?
Didn't
Right.
do much of anything.
Okay. And what did you guys do for an hour and 40 minutes? Because you didn't look for your meds and it didn't take you an hour and 40 minutes to empty your dishwasher, or load your dishwasher and push go.
I was in the garage. I looked for my meds, couldn't find them. I dinked around with some stuff in the garage, went in the house, and he was up drinking
Mm-hmm.
whatever, small talk.
Did what? Oh, okay.
And I scraped stuff into from the crock pot into the trash can.
Yeah.
And loaded the dishwasher. I went to the pantry, figured out for some stuff in the pantry. Zipped in the pull-out drawers for my more meds, and I said, I'm leaving, I'm out. And we left. I can't find my meds.
Was Chad mad when you left? Why was Chad mad?
Because I don't want to stay home.
Mm-hmm. And you were going to stay in a hotel with Earl, right?
Because I was mad.
Well, no, I'm not saying that anything with that, but I can about imagine if Chad was sitting there drinking, you show up at home with Earl, and then you're gonna hang out there for an hour and 40 minutes and then go and leave and go back to a hotel room with Earl, that Chad's probably quite pissed, right? So what happened when you guys were there? Something happened. Yes.
Because I said I didn't want to stay because the furnace didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And so we argued.
Mm-hmm.
And then we left.
What else happened there?
That was it. I went up to the car and we got
Right.
in. And the ding with the garage opener because the garage opener is not
Uh-huh.
open, and then we
Mhm.
left.
Did you maybe go out to the vehicle and Earl stayed inside for a little while?
I went to the vehicle, there's a ding with the garage opener, and then he put his boots on and we came out and we left.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Went to the hotel.
And then what?
And got up and went to work. Went from there.
What time did you go to work?
I have to be there by 7:30, 8 o'clock.
So,
And we got up in the morning and ran and what did I run to? I'd run and get, I ran and got something. I don't remember what I ran and got.
Where'd you run and get something at?
I ran and got coffee. Starbucks.
No, what do you, okay, all right.
Starbucks. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Starbucks.
Because then explain to me why at 6:32 there was someone back out there. You guys were back out there. And don't claim you don't know. Okay. Here's the thing. Are we about done lying?
I need my patches.
That's fine, and I understand that, but
I need my patches, so I snuck into the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to run in and grab my patches.
Mm-hmm.
And run right back out.
Mm-hmm.
And left.
So you ran in and grabbed your patches, and so now you can run back out there at 6:32 and be back out of the house in about 5 minutes, and you knew where your patches were, but that hour and 40 minutes that you guys were out there earlier.
They weren't in the bathroom. I ran into the bathroom. I can't find them. I finally got some from Dr. Lawson's office.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with that. You're telling me that you spent an hour and 40 minutes out at the house or a couple hours earlier looking for your patches and couldn't find them, and then at 6:32 you go out there and just run in and grab them and you know where they're at.
Maybe I have them in the bathroom. Go check the bathroom.
So for an hour and 40 minutes you didn't check the bathroom.
No, because we were arguing.
Mm-hmm.
Once you sex me arguing with my arguing.
Yeah. You know, I think that you feel bad about what happened. Here, look at me though. You feel bad about what happened, don't you?
Oh, what?
What's happened to Chad at this point?
I have nothing to do with what happened to Chad.
Right. Here's the deal on this. The longer time goes on, what you do know, it's not going to get any easier. It's going to keep building up and building up on you. You're not going to later on feel better about this. The only way you're going to have any closure to this at all is for you to be honest with us. And since I've been in here, you haven't been honest to me at all.
I don't know what happened to him. I don't. That's why I asked you guys. I don't know.
But then why do you keep lying to me?
All I was wanted to do was run out and grab my patches. Sorry, I have to go. He's running home. Hello? And just a little bit, can you maybe see if you can go over there and get him? At Simile Middle School. Okay. Yes. Okay, bye. Alright. Bye. Because when I go in there, it's like into arguing with him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to argue with him. I just want to get in and out.
But that's not what happened. That's not at all what happened.
I don't know what happened to him. I don't.
No, well, here, what I'm saying is that's not what happened in...
I'm listening. I need to send my mom the address.
Okay, let's send your mom the address so that can get taken care of.
Where's the address for Simile Middle School? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, but we can look it up for you. He's going to pull it up on his phone.
I don't know what happened to him. I don't.
Mm-hmm. And you may not have seen exactly what happened to him.
I don't know what happened.
But I think you have a really good idea of what happened.
I don't know what happened.
But you have a really good idea what happened.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Because there's no reason at this point that you would be lying to me about all this other stuff. I mean, the only time you're even telling us you're out of that house is when I call bullshit on your story. Right?
Your Honor, I stopped it now because it's about 3 o'clock and I didn't know if you wanted to take a break.
I think that would be good, so thank you for pausing it. We'll take a break until 3:15. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So we'll take a break till 3:15. The bailiffs can take the jury out. Thank you. Everyone can be seated. We'll wait a minute for Ms. Lawyer to return. It's 3:16 p.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are here. Ms. Entzel is here with her attorney, Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer is here. Unless there's anything further, we'll continue with the video.
We are here to help you right now.
My brain is full of everything.
I believe
that's
it.
happened.
I believe it. You have went through some things, and it sounds like...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, let's get that taken care of.
It's 1, 2,
Hold on, I'm sorry. What is it?
1215 North 19th Street.
I don't know what happened. You guys, I don't.
Well, I want to hear step
what
by step
happened.
what happened when you and Earl were out there for an hour and 40
We went
minutes.
out to the house. We got there. He was drinking. Him and Earl talked. You know,
And where were that when they were talking?
Chad was in his couch,
Okay.
whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
his couch area. And he was drinking. Earl said hi, you know, they talked about whatever. And I was busy looking for my meds. I put the dishes in. So I did the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
We got into the argument, me and Chad started arguing about the furnace.
About what?
The furnace.
Okay.
The furnace is a non-contention battle with us
It's been a problem for a while.
since we moved in.
Okay.
And I told him, I said, I'm not staying here if the furnace doesn't work. It's not happening. I can't do it, the kids can't do it. It's not fair to us.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I want nothing more than to be the place that has heat. It's freezing outside, everything else. Me and him were arguing, and finally I just said, that's it, done, I'm leaving. I left.
Mm-hmm.
Dinker around with the garage door opener and
Where were you at when you were dinking around with the garage door opener?
damn car.
In what?
Damn car.
In
The damn car.
in whose damn car?
My damn car, because
Okay.
the garage door
Right on.
didn't work.
Uh-huh.
And so,
And where was Earl during this?
his boots on to come out.
Huh?
His boots on to come out of the house.
Okay. Was he actually, or was he still in the house while you were out there?
I was out when he was putting boots on.
Okay. And where was he putting boots on at?
Right in the entryway thing right there.
Okay.
And got in the car and left.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I went back, I said, maybe my meds are in the bathroom. I said, I gotta look into Judy's bathroom. I started doing my makeup.
Mm-hmm.
I said, please run out with me. I said, I just want to check all my meds. And
And where was Chad when you went out there?
I snuck in the house.
Okay, but where was Chad?
It was in the house. The house was dark. I'm assuming you're still sleeping.
Okay. And did Earl come in then too?
I don't think Earl came in the house.
Think about that for a minute.
Trying to think if he ran. I think he came into the. I think he came in.
he came in the entryway. I saw him stand right here. He came in the entryway. But I ran back and got the meds and there was no meds. So I said, we didn't stay. I wanted to look. I opened the doors and we left.
Mm-hmm. And where'd you go?
Back to the hotel. Because I was finishing my work. I need my patches. I have high blood pressure.
Yeah.
And if I don't have my patches on, I'll get even sicker.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to work.
So what did you and Chad, or not you and Chad, what did you and Earl do from the time you got back to the hotel room the first time after being out there at your house, or not the first time, I suppose it would be the second time, when you guys were out there for about an hour and 40 minutes, and then you went back to the hotel? What did you guys do?
I went through, we didn't make sure I had my meds. My meds were important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to look for my meds.
Right.
So, looked for my meds.
And where were you looking for your meds in the hotel room?
In the laundry baskets.
Okay.
Because I carried stuff out in laundry
Right.
baskets.
Uh-huh.
And I was digging through the baskets, looking through the different stuff, and like through my purse.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta be in here. I gotta find my stuff.
Mm-hmm. So then tell me why, before you guys went out there that time to get your meds, why did you feel the need to go and try to tamper with the camera system?
I don't.
You logged on at 12:43 a.m. and were attempting to put the camera in like a privacy mode, which just didn't work. And then you showed up out there 15 minutes later.
Anybody can log into my cameras that have my stuff. They don't just have to be whatever. I mean.
But it wasn't just anyone, it was you.
I've opened
It
my
wasn't
cameras.
just anyone.
I've opened my cameras up before and it's been open and I've not known it's been open before. I don't do. Here's the other thing. If I go near my home with my watch and all that, my geofence goes off.
Right.
So.
But so why were you in there trying to switch the camera mode?
I wasn't. I said
It was you. We know it was you.
If I was in it, I have my hand on the button and I'm not paying attention. I don't go in and dig around with the system a whole lot. I know I went into it the other day and tried to update my geofence from where we lived to where we're living now. And it wouldn't work. It kept defaulting back to other stuff, and I've tried to go in and change my stuff before, because when I go to school or take 2 days from school, it beeps at me. You know, I said, I gotta change it. We don't even live there. You know, so I went in, and when I changed geofence stuff, it flashes off the camera mode. When I've changed geofence, camera mode changes. That I do know, because I've done it before. After we were out there, then I can't do my patches. And so we did get more patches I got more patches from the doctor's office.
Okay.
It's, you know, and like I said, then.
All right, so let's just recap a little bit. So you guys went out there about 1:10 a.m. Or let's go back. So first, you go on the cameras, you try to put them in privacy mode, but it doesn't work. Then you show up.
I tried to update my geofence.
Okay, then you show up at 1:10, and you're there for an hour and 40 minutes. You leave around 3 o'clock, 2:56 to be exact. All right. 6:32, you show up back out at the house. You and Earl. 6:38, you and Earl leave. Activity throughout the day. Then, at about 10:55 that evening, then you guys are back out at the house again.
I don't remember being back at the house.
Or was Earl back out at the house without you?
I don't remember being back at the house.
Alright, so was Earl at the house without you? Possible?
Possible. I don't remember being at the
Mhm.
house.
So Earl went out there by himself. What would Earl have went back out to that house by himself? And why would Earl have went back out to that house by himself without telling you?
I don't know.
So where were you at then?
I would have. For the most part, I'm not up that late. I've been.
Sure you're up that late because the night before you didn't even go to bed.
Because I've been working. My brain's usually pretty much taxed out, and
Right, you would have been working that day and then you were up all night. You were
I
running
was-
around at 2:30 in the morning yet. And then you went back to the hotel for a couple hours and then you were back out again. So,
I don't know. I would have been back out at the house.
so Earl was back out at the house, so what was Earl doing? Alright, so we'll establish then that you weren't out there, so what was Earl doing back out at the house?
I don't know. I would have been back out at the house.
So Earl was back out at the house. So why was Earl back out at the house? Come on, he would have told you.
I don't know.
Earl was not going to leave and go out to your house and not mention it to you.
I don't
So
know
what did Earl tell
I don't
you?
know what he would have ran to the house for.
What did Earl tell you?
He was going out and check and see if Chad was home.
Okay. So he did tell you.
Because I wanted to get some more stuff out.
Okay, so why didn't you go with him?
I was going to see if he was still home.
Okay. And then what happened?
His truck was there.
Okay.
We left.
You guys left then? So you were with him?
No, he left.
Oh. Because you just said we left.
He left.
Okay,
We
which
were-
is it? We or he?
He.
Okay. We got to get our story straight here.
He. I want to get more stuff out.
Nikki, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you in any way. But people who lie to me, I feel that's being disrespectful to me. If you want me to treat you with that respect, you're going to start treating me with that respect. And your continuous lying isn't working. And I think overall, you are a decent person. I think you're a good person. You've raised 2 sons.
I don't.
You have a good job.
I was planning on leaving.
Yes. And where were you going?
I was planning on moving away.
To where?
Texas.
Okay. Where at in Texas?
I was at Austin.
Okay. Did you have a job down there?
Potentially, yes. I have.
Something
I've
in
done
the
interviews.
works?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to
All right.
go.
You have job interviews or you did?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I've had a couple over the phone.
Okay. So when was that supposed to happen?
The 13th.
13?
Mhm.
Okay. And just, you're moving to Texas?
Me and boys.
Okay. Nobody else?
No.
Okay. So Earl wasn't moving to Texas with you?
No.
Was there any talk of Earl moving to Texas with you? Nothing at all. So there's no text messages to a realtor or anything like that
He would eventually like to move home. He's
Right.
from there, but
that's not what I'm talking about, what Earl's plans are later on in life. So there's no text messages regarding you and Earl looking at houses down there.
please come down and look at him with me. Yeah, I mean, I want someone to help me look at a house. I don't want to do it alone. I mean, I want someone to help me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, we talked about going down and looking at homes with me. I don't want to look alone. I mean,
Okay.
I
Well, that clears that up a little bit
don't want to
for
go
us,
down.
okay?
I don't want to go down and look at homes alone.
Mhm.
You know, and
Did Chad know you were leaving?
I told him before I was going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So let's again go back through some of this again, because a lot of it's still not making sense to me, and honestly, the reason some of it's not making sense is because You keep lying to me. Almost everything I've asked you about the events, you've lied about. So, so we're gonna start though. I just want to kind of go back a little bit, and so this would be the 31st at about 10:54 when you and Earl went back out there. It would have been the last time that we were just talking about. So tell me about that again. Why you guys were out there?
I want to get more of my stuff.
Okay. And Chad was home.
The pickup was there.
Pickup was home. Where was Chad?
I don't know. The pickup was home.
Okay. So you didn't see him when you went inside to get your stuff?
I didn't go in the house.
Okay, you didn't. Just Earl went in the house?
10:54.
Yeah. So Earl was the only one who went in the house that time.
I didn't go in the house.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Don't answer questions that I didn't ask you. I asked you if, so Earl went in, is the only one that went in the house. You didn't go in the house with Earl.
Yes.
Okay. So what did Earl do when he was in the house?
He was going to go and grab some more of my stuff.
He went in and grabbed more of your stuff? What stuff did he grab?
I wanted more of my stuff.
And you just waited out in the vehicle? Okay. Which is different than what you just told me a minute ago, because a minute ago when we were talking, you said that you didn't go with.
The last time I was at the house was in the morning. I went to the house in the morning. That was the last time I was
Right,
there.
I'm talking about at 10:55 that night then.
I didn't go out to the house.
You just told me you did.
No, I did not. I went out in the morning.
Right.
And I wanted to go in and grab my patches.
But you just told me right now that you and Earl went back out there and Earl was the only one who went in.
I did not go out there.
But Earl did. Okay. And what did Earl bring back with him?
I had wrapping paper.
Wrapping paper? So Earl went out there and grabbed wrapping paper?
Christopher's backpack.
And more what?
Christopher's backpack.
Christopher's backpack? Okay. I'm sorry, who's Christopher?
Tweety.
Okay. All right. I know you refer to him as Zap, but okay. And what did Earl tell you when you got back?
I had to use backpack.
Okay. And so what did you guys do before that? Before Earl went out to your house and got the backpack, what were you guys doing before that?
I don't know. We made a the store. I don't know.
What store?
To go to Walmart, maybe?
Which Walmart?
We went to the Walmart that's by Stevenage.
Okay. The North Walmart.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah. That's what I refer to it at. The one up on the skyline. Okay. And before that, what did you guys do?
Hotel, probably.
And what did you guys do at the hotel?
I would talk to the kids.
Okay. The kids were at Grandma's house, right? Okay. And before talking to the kids, what did you guys do?
I don't know.
You were at work?
I worked.
Okay.
Until 5.
Okay. Did you stay at work all day? Okay. And what about before that? Before work, what'd you do?
Slept. Got ready.
Okay. And what time did you
Made
think?
breakfast.
Okay. What'd you make for breakfast?
Probably breakfast burritos.
Okay. All right. And so you slept, and how long did you think you slept? So you got up around 5 and ate breakfast and then went to work. Okay. What about the trip out to the house at 6:30? Okay. But that's what I asked you. I asked you what you did, and you just skipped all that. So you guys were out at the house, and what were you doing out at the house that time? Okay. And where'd you look for your med patches that time when you were out there? Okay. Which one is that? I'm sorry. Is it? Okay, the first bathroom. Okay. And where was Chad? And where was Earl? Okay. And you didn't wake Chad up? Okay. And then, because where were you before you went to the hotel, or out to your house that morning? Okay. And you guys ate breakfast burritos and slept? How much did you think you slept?
3-4 hours.
Okay. And before you went to sleep, where were you at?
At the house,
Out at the house what?
arguing.
Arguing? Okay. And where was Earl during all of this?
In the house,
Mm-hmm. Okay. So when we talk to Chad's boss, he's going to say that you've called Chad in sick before.
I haven't there because he hasn't been there very long.
Okay, where was Chad working before that?
That's Bismarck.
Trucks of Bismarck?
Mm-hmm.
And who was his boss there?
Joe.
Joe who?
I don't know what his last name
Okay.
is. Joe.
Joe. You just asked for Joe. And he'll tell us
And
that.
parts. Mm-hmm.
Joe and parts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he'll tell us that
I've called him before.
when.
Yeah.
Okay. Did Chad miss a lot of work?
He went through periods where he did.
Mm-hmm.
His allergies.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't feel good, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So you still haven't answered my question that I asked you earlier, though, and we kind of just glossed over it. But so, in your opinion, what happened here? I mean, what happened to Chad? Okay. Uh-huh. But you sure would like us to figure it out, right? Or you didn't seem so sure about that.
I wanted you here, that's what I told him.
Okay. So if you were in our shoes, what would you do?
No.
Figure it out? How am I supposed to do that? Do you want to help us figure this out?
I do. I don't know what happened.
Okay. But you have a good idea what happened.
No, I don't.
And you have, I think, a decent idea who did do. Who do you think did it to? And don't tell me I don't know. That's not an acceptable answer.
I don't know.
If in your best guess, who do you think did it?
I don't know who did it. Honestly, I don't know who did this. I don't know who do this. This is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Is it? I don't know. I don't know people he runs with. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think happened to him?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know. As I told you, I don't know.
mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Have you asked?
I asked you.
You didn't ask me
I asked
anything.
him. I don't know.
So what, as an investigator, should I think when this happened? You and Earl are back and forth from that house, and then when I question you on it, you lie to me. If you were in my shoes, what would you think? If you were sitting here and I was sitting there and you were questioning me about it, and everything I did was perfectly innocent, but I sat there and lied the whole time, what would you think?
I don't remember all the times I was on it.
Again, you're not answering my questions. What would you think?
I'd be upset.
But what would you think?
I don't know what you would think.
I would think that you know more than you're telling us.
I don't know what happened.
And I'm getting to the point where I'm struggling to not think that maybe you were the one who did it.
I don't know what happened. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
But tell me what you do know about it. Because you do know something about it. You do.
I don't know what happened.
I know you don't know what happened because I don't believe you were standing there when it did happen. But you do know
I
some.
don't know what happened.
I know you keep saying that. You don't know what happened.
I don't know. I can't answer anything I don't know. I don't know what happened. That's why I asked you guys. I don't honestly know what happened. I don't know.
Should I tell you what I think happened? Do you want to know what I think happened?
Tell me.
I think that you and Earl went out there, that Chad was probably drinking, being an asshole. You've got this history of being abused by Chad. I don't know, did he assault you that night, or was he threatening to? Was he threatening to assault Earl?
No.
Because I can about imagine how a drunk guy who likes to fight and hit someone when they're drunk is going to handle his wife walking in with another guy that she's then going to go stay at the hotel with. I can about imagine how that's going to go. And that's about how it went, didn't it? I mean, I'm sure that did not go well at all, did it?
We argued about the furnace. I don't know.
And I'm sure Chad was just ecstatic about the idea of you going and staying in a hotel room with another guy, wasn't he?
He didn't say anything. We were arguing about the furnace, and I told him I didn't want to be there. And then he was hollering about not wanting me not wanting to be there.
Okay. So, what I think happened is that something happened. And I'm not going to get into something happened at that time, and whether you stepped out in the garage, stayed out in the kitchen, something happened in that house that led to Chad dying. Do I think you were probably standing there? No.
I don't know.
But I think that you were there. You were on that property at the time when it happened.
I don't know what happened at all. I don't know at all what happened.
What if I told you that the second time when you went out there with Earl in the morning and you guys were in the house, that we believe that Chad was probably already deceased at that time? And that the third time when you said, well, this is still up for debate because you've changed your story a few times, when you and Earl were out there that next evening at 10:55 or whatever, Chad was also deceased at that time.
I don't know what happened.
So I think you have a little explaining to do as to, we believe you were in that house twice after Chad was deceased.
No.
That's not true?
No.
Or
I don't know what happened.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. So are you telling me that's not true?
Not true.
So Chad was alive when you were in the house the last 2 times?
When I went in that morning, he stood there. I snuck in and out.
Okay,
Okay, here, let me ask you a question.
please.
Why would I go back to somebody's room, or why would I wake somebody that's always in a foul mood that I'm trying to get out and get away from?
Why would you go out there at 1 in the morning when he's been drinking and stay there for an hour and 40 minutes?
I need those patches.
Just like you needed the patches at
I need
6:30.
those patches.
Yes, I believe that.
I get so randomly sick.
Okay. I'm not disputing that with you. That's one part of your whole statement that you've made to me that I actually don't think you're lying on.
We left. Got in a vehicle
Uh-huh.
and left. He was mad.
And then you guys go back out there that night then.
No, we went out, we got my stuff.
Okay?
Went back out.
In the morning, right?
We got into argument.
So you got no morning in an argument that morning then?
Well, whatever time that was, in the AM.
Okay.
Kind of argument.
Uh-huh. Yep, so you went out there, got some stuff while Chad was bowling, right?
Right.
Then you went back out there in the early morning hours, like 10 after 1. And again, we're looking at it, and you had been on the camera system, switching it to privacy mode, which just didn't, for some reason, did not work. I don't know why it didn't work. It didn't work. And then you guys show up out there. You're there for an hour and 40 minutes. Right?
I was arguing with him.
I know, you said that.
I got mad.
Then you come back 3 hours later.
I need those patches.
I get that. I know that.
I run in, I get the patches. We were in and out.
Mhm.
This is-
It doesn't make any sense to me that you were there for an hour and 40 minutes and couldn't figure out where those patches were, but then you can go out at 6:30 in the morning when you have had no sleep at all
If somebody's arguing
and
with
had an
if somebody's
epiphany and just knew where
arguing,
they were.
if somebody's, they weren't there.
Okay?
They weren't there.
I mean, but this house also isn't that big that in an hour and 40 minutes, if you needed these patches so badly, you would have looked for them
But when you
in
don't-
all these rooms.
But when you don't look for them and you stop and you just start arguing with somebody, and that's all you're gonna do is argue with them? Because that's, okay, so if I'm married to you, and we're in an argument, and you're trying to look for something, and you're gonna start arguing with somebody, are you gonna keep looking for something, or are you gonna stop and focus and argue with them?
Well, if I need some medication, that's the sole purpose that I'm there, and I'm going to get violently ill. If I don't, I'm probably going to put some priority on that medication. If that's the whole purpose of me being
And
there.
I'm opening the kitchen drawer, tower, and I'm arguing at the same time. I'm ruffling through the stuff, I'm trying to look for the stuff, and I'm opening the stuff, and I am arguing with them.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I'm just, when you stop, you actually argue to face, and said, done, left,
Mm-hmm.
left, done. I'm not staying here, the furnace doesn't work, I'm done, left. And then here I said to her, I said, what was me? I said, I want to look one more time in the bathroom, in the patches. I said, I went to this bathroom, ran in, came in, my big pants still on. And then I got the patches right there. Went back.
Mm-hmm.
And came back to the hotel. I got ready for work. And that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. And then you guys went back out there again that night at 11 o'clock.
I tried to get to his backpack.
Okay.
I need to his backpack. I'm trying to grab what I can grab so
Uh-huh.
I can get out.
So what did you grab when you were in there then at 11 o'clock at night when you were getting the backpack?
I told the guy I was to his backpack.
Okay, that was it? Okay.
I told the guy I was to his backpack.
And do you notice anything unusual about the house or anything like that? No or yes? Huh? No? Okay. And where did you grab the backpack from?
It's in the garage.
Okay.
That's where he was sleeping.
Okay, you just sets it in the garage? Okay. And where was Chad?
I just went in the garage and that's it.
You just went in the garage?
That's it.
And where did Earl go? Earl went in the house, though.
I don't know what in the house. They said he had the boots.
He got what?
He got boots.
From where?
From the closet right there.
Why was it Earl grabbing boots?
There was something to it.
Okay. And then what did you guys do there? You were there for almost 10 minutes, so to go in there for 10 minutes to grab a backpack and a pair of boots right in the closet right there doesn't take 10 minutes. Okay, so where do you get the boots from?
Please.
Oh, no, that's fine. I get it. But,
And I got my back boots.
okay, and where were they all at?
Right in the closet.
Which closet? Okay, that doesn't take 10 minutes. You could grab 5 pairs of boots and a backpack and it wouldn't have taken 10 minutes.
So that was the boots and that.
Okay. And what else did Earl do in that house then?
That's what we have, boots and the backpack.
Okay, and what else? Because there was more that happened in the house then. Because that timeline doesn't match up.
Yeah, boots and the backpack, that's all I got. That's all, and then I went back. I got wrapping paper.
And where was the wrapping paper at?
Right on the corner.
Okay. Like in the garage or in the house?
In the house.
Okay.
And that's it. Well, the boots were always in the house.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And who grabbed the wrapping paper?
Probably.
Okay. But you grabbed the backpack? Okay.
I mean, I thought you were honest with me. I thought that's what we were doing here. I mean, I've trusted you this whole time.
I'll be right back.
And
I don't know what happened.
okay, but Nikki, why were you so dishonest with me about this? I trusted you.
The times we ran, I forgot about bringing back out there. Do you know how full my brain is?
I know, but I asked you those things. I asked you that. You weren't honest with me. Why?
I forgot about the times we went back out there. I said, I
But
don't
that's a
remember all
big
the
thing,
times we
Nikki.
went
That's
back out there.
not forgetting. That's lying to me. You lied to me.
I'm sorry. So we went back out there.
Nikki, you're not a bad person. I don't believe it. Okay? I don't know. You know, obviously, you weren't being honest to me. You weren't. You've been lying. I've been watching you lie to him the whole time. He's disproved everything you've said. You're not a bad person. I get that. But we gotta know the truth. You gotta start telling. No, Nikki, stop, Nikki. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying.
Okay.
The I don't knows and that when we keep going, we find the truth. The truth is here. We have the truth.
I honestly
But
don't know what happened.
we need to hear it from you.
I honestly don't know what happened.
But there's got to be more, Nikki, because there's more. You've been lying to me the whole time, Nikki. You have. You admit it. Did you lie to me to this?
No, we got.
That's not true, Nikki. Those stories that you told me, that's not everything is matching up. You told me that Earl and you were only at the house that one time. You're not being honest with me on that. And that's what I'm at. I'm wanting from you to help. I gotta know what happened. Because like you said, you're not a monster. Right?
Right.
And this whole situation can maybe be explained. But you gotta be honest. You know, and like I said, we keep going around this and you keep lying about it. That doesn't How does that look? How do you think we look at you at that when you keep lying about this? And we know that Chad was killed. You gotta tell us an explanation for it.
I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't.
Nikki, I think you know enough to tell me what happened that night.
I don't know what happened.
I think you know enough to tell me what happened during that hour and 40 minutes.
We went out there and I argued with him.
But then what? Something more happened that night.
And we got in the vehicle and
Nikki, that's not true. We know that off the information that we've gathered. We have all kinds of things. Like I said, you've got to stop telling lies.
I don't know what happened.
What happened?
I don't know.
Nikki, you do.
I don't.
Nikki, something happened that night in that hour and 40 minutes. And it's not just an arguing. You weren't loading the dishwasher. That might have happened. But something else happened.
I don't know.
Nikki, something else happened, and we know it. And I want to know from your point of view, your explanation. Because when we have everything in there and together, that paints its own picture. That's how it's going to come out. And when that happens, I can't change that path. Right? Once something is said and once it gets out, that's what everybody's going to think happened. But now is your chance to tell in your words what happened. And I can explain to the world what happened. And it may, like I said, the more you lie, the more it makes you look like this monster about what happened that night. But I need to hear from you. I need to hear from you what. Tell me what went down that night.
Okay. We went out there. We had our 5 minutes. I told him in time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get here anymore. There's no heat. I'm done. I don't want to do it. You know what? I'm done with all of it. It's done. It's done. I'm not doing it. This is just stupid. I said, I don't want to do it. I said, do you understand me?
Yeah.
And he goes, if you fucking leave me, my world's fucking over. Do you fucking understand me? He goes, if you leave, I'm gonna fucking hunt you down. And I said, you're not. He goes, you're not fucking leaving me. I said, I am. It's done. It's over. No more freaking names. No more that. They don't have nerves and names no more. That I can't send more freaking names. That freaking names are behind me. You guys. They're just freaking names. I've been raped and everything. I told him, I'm done. Not doing it anymore. I said, release me today. I said, I don't care if the fuck happens. I said, do whatever the fuck you want anymore. I don't care. Not hiding it. So I told the doctor, after my health, you're abusing me. I told my brother, but that moment, you're abusing me. I told people. He goes, fucking time. I said, whatever. Do whatever. And I don't care. He got up. He came at me. I said, "Sit down." I said, "Sit down and stay fuck for me." I don't leave this fucking house.
You guys got into my phone. I know you did. You stapled my arm to my body. It looks like.
What happened? There was a fight.
No, there was no fight. None. No fight. I was not into fighting.
I know you're not. But obviously Chad was. And he came at you. And
I said something.
where was Earl?
He was standing back in the kitchen.
And what did Earl do?
He told him, he said, let's go now. So we got us up. And Chad and I kept arguing. Chad said he goes, I'm gonna fucking end it all. So I'm just fucking done. So I don't care. I don't care.
Nikki, this wasn't a suicide. We know that. This was not a suicide. I was telling you, you need to be honest with me because I need to know your side of the story, your what happened that night. Because like I said, once it's out and how it looks can't be changed. But if I can hear from you what happened that night, it's more explainable. It's explainable. It can even be sometimes understandable. What would push someone to that limit? But I know more happened at that point. I know it. I know you. I've gotten to know you. Something else happened. What happened, Nikki?
There was somebody else in the house.
Somebody what?
Somebody else in the house.
Who else was in the house?
I don't know the name. Other person.
Why haven't you told me that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
There was somebody else in the house.
Was it a male or a female?
Male. Not big. I don't know who. I don't know who somebody is. I've never seen the person before. He stepped in.
And what happened?
They were arguing in Chad's work. They were arguing in the back bedroom. That's what I was believing. But I don't even know who this other person is. I've only seen him one other time. In Chad. I said, I don't know what I mean. The other person came up from downstairs. And we were arguing. I don't know who the other person is. I've seen him once before.
What did he look like?
Can you stand up once, please? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Howard,
Howard again?
stand up. After I call.
So in between them.
So,
Here.
okay.
I don't know how
Okay.
his name is. He called Chad Honey.
He called Chad Hun? Hun?
Honey. He was unstopped.
I don't know what that means. Hun stop?
Hun, stop.
He called him Hun?
Hun, stop.
Okay.
Like how someone calls someone honey, but
And
short.
Hun, stop.
Okay.
Okay.
And I looked at her. What does this mean?
Chad, what do you think it means? And at that point, that Steve was laying on the chair already.
What sleep?
I told you.
Oh, not sure.
The gun chair. The gun sleeve.
Oh, okay.
The gun sleeve was laying on the chair already.
What did he look like?
I would say mid-40s. Spiked hair. Spiky hair. No glasses. Very nice teeth. Super nice teeth. He smelled like crown. That would explain why.
Why what?
You know, my sister told me before that how serious towards my mother. I don't know.
Nikki, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Obviously, I mean, why did you never tell me this before? That would have told me so much more. So that's why I don't understand why now. There is. I understand dignity, but there's nothing dignity about what happened to Chad.
Sorry.
But that's what I want you to have dignity too.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay.
I've seen him before.
But if he's so angry that you're leaving, why is he calling him hun? If he's in love with you and he doesn't want you to leave, and he has another a lover there, a boyfriend or whatever this guy is, why is he?
Before, if he's had a girlfriend, I said no, I don't know. But I've heard rumors in town.
What have you heard?
That he's seen somebody else.
Do you have any idea like what he would be involved in as far as that?
I know Chad's with gambling.
Chad's deep in debt with gambling. What?
Gambling.
That was another thing. Why didn't you tell me that?
I don't know where no gambles at. But I know he's been in gambling.
Nikki, this isn't making sense to me. How would he know this guy? How would you not mention that he was there?
I've seen him before.
Where?
At the races.
At the races. You don't know his name at all.
No, but I can describe him. He came up to Chad's waist shower. And Chad goes, "What are you doing here?" And I don't know. I've seen him before.
I can't wrap my head around it, Nikki. I want you to be honest with me. I want you to tell me so I can understand. But I can't get my head around this, that all of a sudden you tell me there's this new guy. That doesn't make sense to me why you didn't tell me this before. And why is Chad angry at you for leaving if he has someone there that's calling him hun? Another man in front of other people. That's an intimate relationship. That's close. Why does he care where you go if he has this intimate relationship with someone?
Because he told me before when we first got together, his family thinks we're not a picture perfect family. I am and offer more to him than what his ex-wife did. I have 2 kids. I make the bishop look perfect.
What do you need to ask us?
I want to talk.
Take the code here. Okay.
I need my first wife.
Okay.
I want to talk. But I need to raise my mind talking.
I think it's in your best interest right now to talk, right? And I don't think at this point you're in a position to bargain with us, are you? Okay. So I think you need to do what's in your best interest, and what's in your best interest right now is not trying to bargain with us. I think at this point, we have tried so hard with you. We've tried to help you as much as we can. And at this point, you know what? You don't want to play ball or you don't.
Okay, I'm ready to talk.
Okay. So, tell me. What it is you want to say?
I don't know what happened. I sat in the car.
Tell me about this. When was this?
When I was over at an argument.
So that was like 1:10 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay.
We had an argument. I went back out. We got in the car. I got in the car. I was like, come out. So go in the car.
Who's he?
So,
Okay.
so go in the car. So I did.
So you got in. Where were you at when you got in an argument? Okay. And where was Earl? Okay. And so you got in an argument and then you walked out? Am I understanding right? Okay.
He came out. We left.
How long were you in the car waiting for Earl?
And 15 minutes.
Okay.
Seems like a long time now.
Okay.
And we left. The next morning I said I needed to come get my taxes. I said, okay. So we went out there and I ran into the back bedroom. Bathroom. To the bedroom bathroom right there. I couldn't find my taxes. That's all the further I went. I didn't go any further back into the house. I looked around into the drawers.
And where was Earl?
In the kitchen. He was just waiting for me.
Okay.
In the kitchen. So I said, I can't find anything. And he said, okay, you ready to go? I said, yeah. I never went any further in the house than that. I don't know.
This is all the same shit you told us earlier. Mine is just the fact that you went out to the car before Earl did. It's all the exact same shit.
I don't know.
He told you, Nikki. He told you what happened in there. Now's your time to tell us.
Because,
They argued.
you know what? Earl would not have let you go back into that house and not have told you.
No.
Because what if you went to the back bedroom? Went back to the master bedroom and Earl's just standing in the kitchen going, huh? No.
They argued.
And then what? They argued and then what?
In the back bedroom.
Okay.
So that was Earl and Chad, not this mystery guy.
Then what?
I went out into the car and I waited.
Okay.
And they wanted to say, let's go now.
Why?
You asked what happened.
I said, what happened?
And what did Earl say?
It's not alive.
Earl said he's not alive. And then what?
He might not be alive, I don't know for sure. I said, what?
And then what did Earl tell you?
Because we argued in the back bedroom. They were arguing with the gun. Back and forth. And he said the gun went off.
And what happened when the gun went off?
I didn't hear it go off.
Okay. But what did Earl say happened when the gun went off?
And then it went off. And he said, hit Chad.
Then what happened?
And we came out. We left.
And what happened after that? What did Earl think why you had to go back to that house?
I said I have to go back and get my bags.
Right, then you said that when he, or the next one.
The next morning, I said, we went back to the hotel.
Okay, so here's my question for you regarding that. So Chad's your husband, right? So Earl comes out and says that he shot, or that Chad got shot in the house, and he went up. It never occurred to you to want to go check on him?
I said, what? What do you mean? He goes, I don't know if I did him or not. He was how bad he is. He goes, just go back to the hotel. Okay.
You didn't want to go check on Chad?
I said, I'm going to go right in. He goes, go back to the hotel. Okay. I was in shock. I didn't know what to think.
Who came back to set the fire?
Mm-hmm.
How did he do it?
I don't know.
You were with him?
I don't know in the car.
What did you see him doing?
We went in the house. That's all I see him
Did he bring anything with him?
Did he tell you he was going to set a fire?
do. We just went in the house.
No, you didn't. You did not go back to that house just for no reason. He had to have told you, said what was going to happen. Nikki, we're at this point already. Why? Tell me what Earl said. Why was he doing this?
And you being his wife, I don't believe that you all just sit in the car and wait. I'm not going to go check on Chad yet. So it's now been 5 hours since he's been shot, and you don't think at some point you would want to go check on him? Unless you already knew what his condition was.
I never seen he was.
Why not?
I was like, he was not alive anymore.
Earl said he wasn't alive anymore? How did Earl know?
We were in the house.
The second time? And then what did Earl do? Nikki, what did Earl do?
The cooking here was whatever he put in the back bedroom. When they were arguing. That was early in.
Okay.
And he said, I want to go back in the house. He goes, oh, check. He goes, cooking here. He goes, to go over and set a fire.
He said he tipped it over, and then it did tip over.
He said that if we tip over and set a fire. So, no one soon as a cooking you in the house, you can't be going in the house and stealing place.
Nikki, that's all after the fact though, but he came back to start that fire. Who planned that part? Was that you or was that Earl?
No.
You didn't plan to come and set the house on fire.
No.
Earl did. How is he going to set that house on fire? Nikki, you've already told me. Just come, free yourself.
What's going to happen to you?
We'll talk about that afterwards, but I got to know what the full story is too. Right now, we're having to cut this up every second. What did Earl come back to do with the propane tank?
Take it. Because it was still over.
For what reason?
So he was scared.
You said he was scared. Okay.
Because we argued.
Okay, I got that. That's,
Yeah.
did he tell you anything else about the fire?
No. I said we were going to tip it over. And set the house on fire.
Okay.
And that's all I know.
So did did you guys come back to check? Did Earl want to come back to check if that house had burnt down? When was that?
I want to say it was later that night at 10x. Yeah, we were out that morning. It was out. I want to say it was later that night.
Okay. And what did he say when that house hadn't burnt down yet?
So he just went out to check the house.
Okay, and when it wasn't burnt down, what did he say? I know what I would think. What did he say?
He said the house was hot.
So he went into the house.
So he couldn't go in the house. So it was too hot.
Okay, so that happened. You guys came back to the house. Earl went in, moved the propane tank so that it would start the house on fire. And then you guys came back again and checked, and the house still hadn't burnt down.
I didn't come back.
You didn't go back at that time? Okay. And the house still hadn't burned down.
That's what he said.
Okay. Did he say, did he go back in?
No, he said he didn't go back.
Why?
He just said he didn't go back in. That's all he said. He said the house was hot. And they told me.
What did he tell you about the fight?
They were arguing. They were arguing about him always beating on me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that it was continuous. And he just wanted him to stop beating on me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we argued about too, was him stop beating on me.
Right.
And he just needed to stop. And Chad was arguing it. He was drunk and wasn't making any sense.
Okay.
And he said that Chad had the gun. And he had shells right there. So they were laying there on the bed.
Okay.
And he said that they picked it up. And they were arguing about the gun. Back and forth. And he said it went off. He said he didn't know the gun was off. He said he said it.
What did Earl say about how many times it went off?
He didn't say how many times it went off. But I didn't hear anything in the car. I had the register open and the car was running.
So why didn't you go back in and check on him?
When he told me that, I didn't even know what to think. I was in complete shock. Still from fighting with him.
With all you had been through, were you kind of relieved that Chad was gone?
Kind of. I was the first house.
Yeah.
He's behind me so much, you guys.
I know.
You've seen the pictures.
I've seen the pictures.
I'm trying to get away.
I know, Nikki. That's all I wanted was the truth. Like I said,
Get away.
I just wanted you to tell me what happened.
I'm trying to get away. And the last time I tried to get away, he broke my ribs. And he didn't anymore. My arms aren't even all the way from that.
So you were in the house arguing with Chad.
Yes.
Did you ever go back in that house until you went back in with him?
No.
Okay. But we know that Earl went back twice. At least twice, right? So what did you guys do in the meantime? So you get back to the hotel and Earl, because Earl had already told you that he shot Chad and Chad might not be alive.
I cried.
Okay, so when Earl shot Chad, did he tip the propane heater over then? Or was it when he went back the next morning? I was a little confused on that.
I went back.
When he went back. So the house was not lit on fire when he shot Chad. That was only when he went back another time. So what did you guys do that night then? So you get home, and there's about a 3-4 hour gap from when you get back to the hotel till when you guys go back out there. You cry. What else?
I said I cried. And I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I said, it's nuts.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't know.
Nikki,
whose idea was it to call in Chad on Tuesday morning?
No, we already knew. He told me I was supposed to call him.
Right, but this had just happened though. Chad's not gonna go to work. Whose idea was that? The Tuesday. I know, but why would, if Chad is dead and you know that, why would you still call him then? Whose idea was that?
I'm scared. There's so many places in my head.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so you weren't trying to take time to figure anything out?
No. As a victim, I'm scared.
What about then on the 2nd when his coworkers are out at the house and they call you and say, hey, he didn't show up for work, and you just basically tell him, I'm busy at work right now, I'll check on it later. What was going through your mind at that point? Because you knew exactly why Chad wasn't.
I'd have been really classified of my thing. Already.
Why did you talk with Earl when they started calling from work?
No, because I've been crazy busy.
Nikki,
And then
your husband just died in a really weird, crazy circumstance that just snowballed out of control. You can't tell me that you weren't thinking of that. That had to be every second of your life from the time it happened.
I talked to him, obviously, yes, I talked to him.
Okay, what did you guys talk about?
I just told him, I said, this is nuts. I said, I just don't really understand because it just seems to be crazy. I said, all I ever wanted him to do was stop drinking.
Right.
Be nice to me.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted.
What did Earl say to do? What did you guys talk about? What did you guys think to do? This is that part where I'm trying to understand.
I said to myself, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I said, Sergeant Aaron, there's some wasting. I said, and everybody was being so mean to me about my phone and everything.
Yeah.
And I said, I just want to understand. I said, he's so nice to me. I said, I just want to go talk to him.
Right.
And every time I tried calling you, you never called me back. And I called so many times. I called. I wanted to talk to you earlier.
And Nikki, that's why we're talking now.
And I called.
Okay, and that's why we're talking now, okay?
And I called.
We can get past that point, okay? That's your conscience telling you to do the right thing, okay? That's the mother in you of 2 children telling you you have to take care of them, you have to come forward, you have to tell them. So tell me what those conversations were so I can understand and I can make sense of this. And like I said, if this is something that's snowballed out of control, like you said, that can make sense, right? But I can't keep dragging these answers out of you. I can't keep dragging what happened. I can't ask for the truth any harder.
I kept telling Earl, I said, I just want to talk to him. I said, I just want to talk to Aaron. And he goes, call him then. And I said, I do. And he never answers my phone and calls. And I said, I don't understand. You never call me back. And I called really like the next day already. And I called.
And I came out with you the next day?
No.
Friday?
No.
Or Monday, I apologize, Monday.
But I called, like, even after you had my phone.
I know, that was on the weekend, I didn't have that phone, I'm sorry.
And I called, and they even called down here. And later, it didn't work again. And I said, I just want to talk to him.
Okay.
I just really want to talk to him.
Okay, well, we're talking now, Nikki.
And I was like, I just need to talk to him. They called you other times and you never called me back.
All right, we gotta get past that, Nikki. We're talking now, so that's okay. I apologize, I'm sorry, but we're talking now.
Nikki, we're not questioning why you're only telling us this now.
Right, we understand.
This I understand.
This is understandable, that.
I said, I just don't understand. I said, it's crazy. I said, it went so fast.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I can't even think. It's just nuts. I said, it went from I'm not gonna make this statement.
That's enough. You don't have to be like that about it.
At the end of your interview, what was it that Ms. Entzel grabbed off the table?
That was a written confession that she had given, or a written statement about what she had just said during that interview.
You were able to grab that away from her before she could destroy it?
Yes, it was.
Was there anything else that she had written out for you or done during that interview?
During the interview, when she was talking about another individual who had come up from the basement, a male, I asked her to draw a picture of what he looked like.
Did she do that?
She did.
I handed you States Exhibits 71 and 72. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
And what is Exhibit 71?
This is the drawing that Nikki drew out of the other individual.
And the other individual, are you talking about the person that was supposedly at the house that was calling Chad Hun?
Yes.
And is that an accurate copy of the drawing that she drew?
Yes, it is.
And what is States Exhibit 72?
Exhibit 72 is basically the statement and confession of what she had written for us that night after the interview, or
and
during the interview, or during part of the process.
Is that her original statement?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 71 and 72, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 71 and 72 are received.
Would you hold up Exhibit 71 and show the jury the drawing that she made of this person that was supposedly in the house that night?
Yes.
Now, I noticed, especially at the beginning of the interview, that when Ms. Entzel would laugh, you would laugh and joke around, and when she got really quiet, you would get quiet too. Why would you do that?
When doing interviews like this, it's important to sometimes build rapport by using a mirroring technique, or trying to build rapport by showing a large amount of empathy, or just trying to stay on the same level as their emotion.
At the end of that interview, did you seize any additional items?
Yes, we did.
And what was that?
We seized the jacket and all clothing, as well as cell phones, I believe the purse, and the wedding ring.
I've handed you States Exhibits 73 through 77. Are those the items that you seized after that interview?
Yes, they are.
And we'll talk about everything except Exhibit 74 at this point, which is the purse. So items 73, 75, 76, and 77, are those all in substantially the same condition as when you seized them?
Yes, they are.
Now, looking at Exhibit 74, it looks like there's some pieces of it cut out or taken out. Was that how it was when you seized it?
No, it is not.
Do you know how those holes got there?
I believe through samples from the lab.
So it was sent for the lab for testing, and at the lab they cut the holes out?
I believe so, yes.
So other than that, is the item in substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes, it is.
I would offer States Exhibit 73 through 77, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 73 through 77 are received.
So Exhibit 73, what is that?
I believe that is the jacket. I have to check the tag number. Yes, it is. The jacket that Nikki wore to that interview that day.
And you also observed some surveillance from different businesses as well, correct?
Yes, throughout the investigation.
And were you able to identify her in that surveillance because she was wearing that jacket?
Yes, it did aid us in identifying her.
And how about States Exhibit 74? What is that?
That is the purse that she brought to the interview that day.
And why did you seize that?
Because we've also seen that with her as well, and potential for having it at the scene and other items.
And when you say you'd seen her with that as well, are you talking on surveillance videos?
Correct.
And that was another way that you were able to identify it was her?
Yes.
The cell phones that were taken, why were those taken?
To basically do forensic downloads and collect and preserve any information and evidence that we would find on those.
So what was done with those phones after they were seized?
They were placed into airplane mode. I believe Faraday bags were used as well. I can't be sure. It was something we normally did, or tinfoil. And then would eventually have done a forensic download of them.
During her interview, she made a comment that Chad always had beer by his nightstand. During the search of the house, and I know you were in there a couple times, so the first time with the bad lighting on January 2nd, on January 6th when you had better lighting and you went back in again, did you ever find any glass or beer or any evidence of drinking beer in the bedroom by the nightstand?
Not that I recall.
She also testified that his drinking had gotten worse and he was going through the cases of Crown, the cases of Proper 12 on top of beer. During the search of the home on January 2nd and January 6th, did you find any evidence that he was drinking to that excess?
No, I did not.
So there was testimony about a Proper 12 whiskey bottle in the bedroom and a Crown Royal whiskey bottle in the bedroom. Outside of that, did you find any other alcoholic beverages in the home that you recall?
There was 2 bottles of, I believe, like some sort of wine in the bar, and maybe beer in the garage fridge, but not a large amount that I remember.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pretty long interview sitting through here today.
It's been a day.
Okay. How long was the original DVD interview? Was it interviewed?
If I remember correctly, around 6 hours and 47 minutes, something along that nature.
Okay. And how long was this interview?
Oh, you're talking the interview the first night?
No, I'm talking about the interview that we just listened to on the TV.
I don't know exactly, approximately 3 hours, I think.
Okay. So the actual original interview that you conducted at the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department was a little over twice in length. Was this?
That'd be correct.
Okay. And how long did the good cop, bad cop routine go on
I
that
guess
particular day?
As far as...
You and Mr. Ahrens, Officer Ahrens.
Okay. I guess I don't understand your question.
My question is, how long did you and Officer Ahrens tag team Ms. Entzel during the interview process at the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department over that 6 hours and 45 minutes?
Well, you saw most of the first half of me with me, and then Deputy Ahrens came in I wouldn't be exactly sure how long we were both talking to her, but the whole interview lasted 6 hours and 47 minutes. Some of that was a bathroom break. I remember some water break. And I believe we even had pizza at one point.
Is that kind of a technique you guys use to break people more or less?
Can you be more specific, I guess?
Is it the technique that you and Mr. Aarons were using? Is that a technique that you guys use on, any defendant over a period of time to, kind of lean them or lead them towards the direction that you want them to go?
Actually, Special Agent Aarons and I had never done an interview together with an individual. It was just my type of rapport that I had with Ms. Entzel was how that interview started, and his line of questioning that he chose and the direction he chose was something he chose.
Okay. So obviously she never had an attorney present during that interview either, did she?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you ever ask her at any point if she wanted an attorney present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And as far as the written statement goes, when she was going to tear that in half, correct?
Yes.
Is that kind of her way of saying that she's retracting that statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Okay. You didn't take it as her handing you the statement as written, did you?
I guess I was looking at it more of as protection of evidence at that point.
Okay. And how many times did you go out to that house?
I've been out to the house twice.
And the only time you were there, you didn't see any. Did you check for beer anywhere in the house, or is that just what you had heard?
No, I mean, like I said, we're doing a walk through the house. I didn't observe a large amount of alcohol or anything like that. Like I said, I looked at the bar there. We had observed the bottle of Crown and Proper 12 in the bed that night, and had kind of done a general walkthrough looking at things of that, and I don't remember seeing any large amount of alcohol.
No other questions, Your Honor?
Any redirect?
I don't have anything further of this witness at this time, Your Honor, but I would reserve the right to recall him and keep him under subpoena.
Okay. So you're excused for now, particularly since you may be recalled. It's important that you do not view any of the rest of this proceeding and that you do not discuss your testimony with anyone who has testified or may testify. So with that, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lawyer, in light of the time, I trust you really don't have time to call another witness.
I did have one that drove out here. He's not available tomorrow, but given the time, I'm not sure that we could finish him today, so we'll just have to move him to a different day, other
Okay.
than tomorrow.
Okay. So at this point, we'll close for the day. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. Thank you for your attention today, and we'll have the bailiffs take you out. Please be seated. The jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Lawyer, I understand you will be doing a revised witness list based upon the time that the one witness took today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any other procedural or other matters that you need to raise today or that we need a hearing for in the morning?
No, Your Honor, not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll do the normal time. Be ready to go by 9 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.